Caleb.
Caleb. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of Open Hearts. Caleb is sorting through his little animals.
He lost his turtles.
He lost his turtles. So sad.
I lost my 2 sea turtles in the little like flat.
Of course, the fish boy worrying over the marine life.
Yes.
I found one of the sea turtles. Yay!
I'm just imagining. God, I would love like an animated moment like this, where it's like our characters and Caleb like talking as Colbart, and Colbart's like at the table, and he's just like, "Where are my sea turtles?"
I found another turtle. It's hidden everywhere. Sorry.
Welcome back to another episode of Open Hearts. Tonight we are having episode 64. If you remember where we left off last session, dear God, you fucked me up, man. Where we left off last session, Sarzov sold his soul to the Fae, and Kalina wasn't none too happy about that.
Yeah. I'm very angry.
And but Spark, Colbart, and Nyoka went to a bar, got shit-faced drunk. How fun. Anastasius made macaroni again. Who would have guessed? And, well, that leads us into tonight's session, where the party will be going on to their next objective and their next battle master. The Knight Kristoff, located on the northern of the 2 bonded isles. The island is dubbed... Motherfucker, where did I put it? Where did I put the name? There's a name! Where's the name? Where's the name? The island of Kar, the northern of the 2 bonded islands. Though they don't really have much of a lead on where exactly he is. They just know that he is somewhere on the island. But, that leads us to the very next morning, where, hey, Spark, I'm gonna need you to roll with advantage, Constitution, to see if you get a hangover. Advantage because of your ring.
Give me a second.
Alright.
Okay, little update. I found my turtles.
Good job, buddy.
Good job, Colbart.
Good job, Colbart. We're so proud of you,
Good
buddy.
job.
Constitution with advantage.
Mm-hmm. That is correct.
Does Colbert just canonically have pet turtles now?
Little turtle figurines.
Yeah.
11.
Alright. Okay, so Spark, you wake up this morning with a mild headache, and your mouth feels a little dry. Nothing a good breakfast and plenty of water, maybe some coffee won't fix. Nyoka, on the other hand, doesn't want to even open his eyes as he's walking around.
Do I have to roll?
Yes.
You had one shot, man. You should be fine.
I was a bird.
Go ahead and roll your Constitution, Colbert.
Okay, hold on. I need to get my thingy up. Being honest, being stupid. Hold on. What do you mean register? She already be logged in.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Of course.
Just roll for me.
Okay.
Oh my god.
I'll roll for him. Alright.
You got the turtles, but at what cost?
You also got an 11.
Nice.
So, Colbart, you're kind of in the same boat as Spark. A little bit of a headache, dry mouth, sun kind of hurts a bit. but nothing too egregious.
Mhm.
You definitely don't have it as bad as Nyoka.
So, in real life, Caleb, existence.
Oh,
So,
buddy.
Buddy.
head always is hurting.
Oh
So,
god, his perpetual
sun
hangover.
sucks.
Ugh.
Yeah, it honestly do feel like that. Especially right now.
That's
I
not
took-
healthy, buddy.
I already talked to my doctor about it.
Good.
Good.
If it makes you feel better, because of my sleep apnea, I wake up feeling like I'm hungover every day.
Oh boy. Chronic ill bitches back at it again at the Denny's.
It's
Oh,
Hey.
yeah.
it's the
I am-
it's the oxygen deprivation.
Yeah, that'll do it.
I am 20 years old. I should not be living with chronic pain.
Yeah.
And yet here we are.
Welcome to hell. Anyways, so eventually, most everybody makes it down for breakfast. But, you notice that Kalina is not with the group. She has not come down for breakfast, even though everybody's like, gotten their breakfast and sat down and they're almost done. She still hasn't come down, which is a little odd. She may not be a morning person, but she usually gets up even if she doesn't like it.
Anyone gonna do
I'm gonna go get her.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm Minecrafting.
My
Coming
God.
for you.
Alright. Tegak, you head up the stairs and go to Kalina's door. Are you just gonna barge in, or are you gonna knock first?
Okay, Anastasius is with me. She's gonna knock, but it's a very loud pounding knock.
Kalina, you
Just in case if she's still asleep.
you hear the very abrupt and loud sound of somebody knocking on your door, and you can assume that it's Tegak. You know how she rolls.
Yeah. Kalina, she lifts her head up and she says, Tagok, what is it?
Tigak opens the door, kind of pokes her head in. I'm guessing Anastasius is like leaning over, so it's just the two of them next to each other on the opposite end of the door. And she's just like, "Good, you're alive."
So, Tegak, when you look in, you see that Kalina is like has lifted her head up from her desk as she was kind of just slumped on it. You see paper strewn everywhere, and you see an empty wine glass and a few bottles about.
Fuck. So she looks around, sighs, and just goes, "How long were you up?"
Does she know? Probably not.
No, you
Or like, what time did you go to bed or something?
She probably doesn't even know that either.
when did you start drinking? I don't know. She's too drunk to
Kalina-
remember.
All I know is I started drinking.
Yeah, Kalina, she just sighs and just says, I don't know what time I passed out.
I like the emphasis on passed out and not fell asleep.
The drunken stupor.
Yeah.
Tigak would like to step like around and over some of the pages over to the desk and start like grabbing the bottles and the wine glass at least. Just start cleaning up.
No.
Also, Anastasius asks, why were you up working so late? What were you working on?
Kalina, she, kind of gives, like, a bit of a side eye before just letting out a sigh. I'm looking for solutions to a current problem.
Which one?
Sawzoth's actions yesterday.
Ah,
I just tore everything apart trying to look for anything regarding possibly him getting unbound from that contract. I honestly don't remember if I even found anything. And she holds up one of the many papers, both on her desk and on the floor, like to, like, you know, inspect if they're like her notes, if they're like something she found.
All right. So, Kalina, you look at the notes and you immediately notice that your handwriting is much sloppier than what it usually looks like, making it a little hard to make out some of the words, as you were probably writing very fast.
Drunk and emotional.
Drunk and emotional. A couple pages have drips of wine splattered on them. But you can kind of make out the basic gist of your brainstorming. That you were thinking of a couple different ways, theoretically, that you could find loopholes. One being is if Sarzoth were to join the Immortal Alliance. You later then realized that you cannot be in the Immortal Alliance and also a catalyst holder. So that idea was crossed out. There were some other various wild ideas produced by your drunken mind that, of course, were proved to be impossible. And on one of the more recent pages that was on top of the stack, you see, kind of in big letters, scrawled, Ask Zephyrus, question mark?
Huh.
Because as the god of death, maybe there's something he would know.
Yeah. Kalina, she sees this on the paper and she kind of picks it up and looks at it before saying, I don't know if I found anything, but some ideas were created. Most of them not so good. Anybody else?
I'm sorry, I did not hear what you said. I was quick checking
Oh.
something.
Okay.
And
But
then
yeah.
stuff is that something
I remember you, Eris, saying written down, ask Zephyrus, big question mark.
Yeah. Kalina, she said, I don't think I've found anything useful in any of my books, but some ideas were brainstormed. Most of them being impossible.
Higok just grabs the paper, sets it down, and just says, that can happen later. Get food.
And speaking for Ben, who not quite home yet, Anastasia says, yeah, please don't hurt yourself while researching. I know you want to know how to do it, but we'll find a way.
Kalina, she sighs before just saying, all right. I'll get something to eat.
Helena, you go to
Grab
stand
cookie or
up,
potato chip.
and immediately, you know how when you can't tell how drunk you are until you stand up?
Oh no.
Oh,
Is she still drunk?
Yeah, she's like, a little bit drunk, but it's also bad hangover.
Oh no.
So you
can I
stand
try and
up.
catch her?
Well, she's not falling yet. But you stand up
Yeah.
and you immediately, like, ooh, your vision is kind of like spotty and you feel a little dizzy. And your legs kind of feel like jello.
Kalina, she puts a hand on the desk. Oh dear. The room is spinning.
Anastasia says, want a ride on my back? I can carry you.
Kalina, she shakes her head. No, I've got it.
Does she? That's the question, does she?
Higok just goes, mm-hmm. She sets the bottles back down on the desk, grabs Kalina's arm, and just like holds onto her and just says, come on.
It's a breakfast.
And with that, Kalina is led down the stairs into the dining
And y'all
room.
see how much of a mess she actually is.
Kalina walks in to the dining room, and you can see the smeared eyeliner
Oh, that's bad.
and the
Crying.
faded smeared lipstick and the red puffy eyes. And she is squinting quite heavily as you know, the sunlight is a tad bit harsh.
Bubba
Had been.
pours a cup of water. Big old cup of water. TikTok just kind of has her flop into a chair. And just goes and grabs a plate of food for her. That's the word
Flute.
I'm saying.
Flute.
I thought you said flute for a second.
Flute.
Like the
I
instrument.
did.
Words are hard.
Hey, I've already been up 8 hours, man. 12.
Counting is
That's
fun.
okay. That's fine.
Holy
Can't be fun,
guacamole.
the vampire said so. You know, from Sesame Street.
I
Yeah.
am the only one who laughed. I'm the only one who laughed.
It didn't pick up on the mic.
I didn't hear anything.
So, we.
But, Spark, did you say something?
Yeah, they noticeably shrink in their chair as soon as they see Kalina.
And Anastasius grabs second breakfast.
So real of him.
But what about
Very.
second breakfast?
What about second breakfast?
What about second breakfast? Making those
And elevensies.
What-
An afternoon
what's
tea.
Breakfast.
And luncheon.
Luncheon.
But yeah, Kalina, she just kind of is sitting there a bit, and she just kind of rests, like her head in one of her hands, just looking at the desk. She's still brainstorming, even if she's both hungover and drunk at the same time, and probably hasn't slept in for who knows how long.
Higak returns with the plate. Sets it in front of her, mostly various forms of carb and sugar things, because that is things you give people that drink alcohol.
I'm gonna
Just-
wet
just
some
gives plate.
napkins for makeup wipes.
Kalina would not even notice.
Here, girl, wipe your eyes.
Yeah.
Anastasius asks Kalina how she likes her coffee.
Kalina, she just looks in like the general direction of Anastasius, like where she heard his voice from. And just says, just give it to me straight.
Oh,
Black.
go off.
Black coffee.
I feel like
I hate
Clement
black coffee.
noticeably like, oh no.
Black coffee isn't that abnormal.
No,
But
it's
she
abnormal
usually-
for her.
She usually doesn't take her coffee black. Unless she's real fucked up.
And even then, like when she has
Desperate.
coffee, you know something's up. Because she's not a coffee person. She
Usually
doesn't do
not.
it out of enjoyment. She does it out of necessity.
Usually more of a tea person. Anastasius gives Kalina her black coffee, and then he goes and sits down at his assigned seat.
Yay. Unassigned seats. But yeah, Kalina, she kind of looks at the coffee, and then she like just takes it and I want to say that she would like try and down it in one go. But is she that inebriated?
Well, have a
I feel like she's
Go
like
for it.
you see her looking at it, like she's holding it and just like looking straight down at it. And
Go
you could
for it.
like you can almost see like the debating in her head.
well.
Or at least
Yeah.
I feel like Clement would.
Would you like to attempt it?
I think I'll pass.
Okay.
She's just gonna like
Contemplate.
just keep looking at it, like contemplating. Just kind of staring at it. She's not really paying attention to anyone else right now. She's barely there. Her
Currently,
brain is still like thinking.
Yeah. currently at this hour, it is about it's almost 10 a.m. So it's a little later in the day. But
That's one way to describe 10 a.m.
it's a little later in the morning. I am good with words, my guy. But as you're sitting down at the table, you see one of the maids come in, and she says, excuse me.
Yes?
She smiles and says, Captain Baraka is here to see you all.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, let her in.
I'll bring her in.
Alright.
And then she leaves. And in a few moments, she comes back with Captain Baraka, who is in the process of taking off her winter coat. And she says, "Good morning, everybody."
Good morning.
Hello.
Kalina just kind of makes a noise of acknowledgement, like,
She looks at you and she gives you like a sort of mom side eye ass look, and she says, "Been hitting the liquor, eh?"
Kalina just says, "You could say that."
Well, I hope you can sober up real quick, cause we're almost at the Bonded Isles. We should be there within the next hour. And speaking of, I may have found a lead for you on where to look.
Oh?
She nods, and then she places down like a wizard's crest.
Oh.
Very powerful wizards usually have crests that they mark all of their scrolls with. So if you buy a scroll with a unique spell and it has a crest on it, you know which wizard made it.
Yeah.
It's like their little it's like their signature, their trademark,
Yeah.
their calling card. And she says, "There's an old wizard, the last one who lives in the Bonded Isle of Ka, and he knows of someone on Ka who is very powerful, as so I've heard. But the problem is, he hasn't heard from them in quite some time. So there's a possibility that he can direct you towards where this person was last seen."
If anything, I think we'll be able to find them, seeing as our track record for finding people that have gone is pretty good. Thinks of two particular gods.
Well, that is true, but I would advise you to be very careful on Ka. In the last 1,000 years, the island had been plagued by an influx of monsters invading from somewhere underground. The island is dangerous, and all of the residents have taken up the nomad lifestyle in favor of staying put through fear that their villages would be burned to the ground or invaded. Constantly on the move. Currently, there is a semi-permanent settlement that I'm going to be dropping you near. This is where the wizard is currently staying. last I heard from my informants.
Alright. Alright, that's it. Out of character, but I completely forgot who we are looking for in car.
You're looking for Kristoff. Knight Kristoff.
Sword man.
Swordman.
Okay.
Man
Well,
of
it looks like we're done.
Star
Okay.
Scourge
Whose
Redemption.
best friend is a reindeer.
Yes.
Right,
Frozen
Right,
That would
reference.
Just-
actually be really funny if like the dude's only companion was just some fucking random reindeer he found in the woods.
so true.
But Spark, go ahead. You were gonna say
Unreal.
something, buddy?
Yeah, Spark just kind of like stands up and goes, "Well, I guess it's time to get ready to go."
Berica nods and says, "Yes. I would suggest all of you take some warm clothes and plenty of provisions. These lands are not exactly good for surviving on your own. Of course, there will be the nomads, but there's only so much they can do for you."
Understood.
Mm-hmm.
I think Spark owns any warm clothing other than what they're currently wearing.
So-
Go buy something.
Yeah, or they can dig through the attic
pot.
stuff. There is a coat of many colors.
True.
Ooh,
Did I
Used to belong
send
to a
you
guy named
the
Joseph.
list of the stuff we have?
Possibly.
what?
You may have sent it to
I know I
someone.
sent it somewhere. Fuck. Let me go find it real quick. I have it in my sketchbook. Just gotta take a picture of it.
But
And
if you want to be quick with it, you can just say that Colbert takes Spark up and, you know.
I put all of the clothes in the meeting room that's in the second level. So you don't have to go all the way up.
It'd be fun to make like a map of the manor at some point.
Okay. Yeah,
Stop
Miss
giving me
Fashco.
projects. Heart.
No,
Check
no,
it.
like
Miss
not like anything
Fashco
fancy,
has
just
that.
Yeah.
more like oh, this is floor 1, floor 2, etc.
Oh,
Yes, yes.
Fuck!
Nothing too crazy.
Okay.
What?
Caleb, you good?
Ditto.
Alright.
My 44-ounce water cup fell, and all of the water in it is on my carpet.
Oh
Uh,
no.
Oh,
I'll
no.
be back. But yes, there is
Okay.
an extra jacket that would go really well with Spark. So it's fine.
Yeah. There is a Dolly Parton coat of many colors
Yeah.
Okay.
that
Oh, no.
Spark
Well,
can
at least it's
snatch.
shit.
Yeah, Spark's gonna borrow that.
Hell yeah.
At
So
least the sketchbook that got water on it is my watercolor sketchbook, so I'm fine.
yeah, that's fine. So Spark, you go up and you find the coat of many colors. It's like a big quilted patchwork coat that's, you know, filled with down feather, and it's real warm and fluffy. And you find a couple funky little scarves, knitted scarves to grab and wrap yourself up in. And then of course
Cool.
you can also wrap your little snake hat around as a scarf as well. Telescarf.
Who know? Yeah, but like, what? You never know when they need to do an impromptu
Yeah.
puppet show. So
Mhm. Gotta
Better
keep
for
the
to leave
puppet
that
to the
loose.
front. Gotta keep the puppet to the
Yeah.
front. But yeah. So all of you get ready, get your winter clothes on, stock up on plenty of provisions, courtesy of the manor that you stay in, of course. and make sure that you have all of your weapons, just in case there are, of course, some monsters.
Yeah.
Woo.
Monster.
We also have armor, right? I remember
Yeah.
like in my notes somewhere that
Not all of the weapons but like, you know, the weapons you need.
The
Your
weapons
gear.
are used anyway, you just
Tagok
have to have
physically cannot carry all of her weapons.
I don't know.
She
I might be
cannot.
able to.
Just put it in the
Maybe not
wagon.
the mace.
You
but,
have like
bread.
5 fucking great swords, bitch. And a
I have
mace.
one great sword, a long sword, and 2 hand axes.
And a mace. You can't
And
carry
the
all of
mace.
that.
like Tagok and Eros. Not Tagok. Karlak.
Karlak. Karlak with her inventory full of weapons.
Yeah.
No, I just have my 2 standard ones.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
always.
There's
That I
2
carry with me
standard
every
ones.
day.
Yeah. Yeah. It's fine. It's fine.
Probably like 130 pounds of weapons.
True.
From the
It's
2,
not
not all
bad.
of them.
Most of it is that mace.
Most of it is the mace.
And then you're
yes.
also going to be wearing your armor underneath your, like, warm coat.
Okay, does that affect my AC then? Or I don't think I have that like in my inventory. Or
Uh,
I mean, it's the only thing that would affect the heavy armor, unless it's actually different, is what's it called, stealth.
yeah.
Mhm.
And she already has a disadvantage at stealth.
So it's not really much.
Um,
and then a half proficiency on top of it.
yeah. So,
I just stick with
so just for now, like, keep in mind, like, write it down somewhere that you have a +2 to your current AC because of you have your heavier armor equipped.
Understood.
Your true knight's armor.
Yeah.
She's all shiny and gold today.
Yay.
And so's Clement.
And clanky.
And Clanky.
Every time I hear the word Clement, I think of the word lemon.
I
I
think
mean,
of
he's definitely a
Clementine.
sourpuss.
Yeah. Y'all are so mean to him. He has been with you from day one.
I know. That's what makes it fun.
And I've called him Fancy Pants since day 1.
Yes,
Okay.
I know.
I'll be back. I need to refill my water.
You're Gucci Pop.
Anastasia just has like a million layers on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he doesn't have any proper armor, does he?
He does. Like
Neither does Spark, man. They're both going at it with no armor.
Squishy
Anastasia has
warlocks.
leather armor.
Squishy warlock and bard combo.
Yeah, but at least somehow Spark did really well against Tagok. So
Yeah.
we don't talk
Well,
about how
you're-
Tagok probably went easy on them.
Yeah.
And also, you cast Vicious Mockery.
No,
I didn't.
Or,
Tasha's
no,
hideous
it was-
laughter.
Hideous Laughter, that was
Hideous
it.
Laughter.
That was it.
Love that.
Anastasia casted a vicious mockery,
Yes, Anastasis is the Vicious Mockery.
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
I will say
It's-
sorry
it's
again
fine.
about that.
Hey, you didn't know. And it's something that someone who didn't know would do, very likely.
Yeah.
Good story. Good story.
Woo!
Alright, so, all of you are, like, ready to go, and all you have to do is meet Baraka, again, as you always do, out on the deck.
I'm in the process of doing something stupid. I can't wait for you guys to see it.
Oh boy.
Does it have to do with the bee costume?
No.
Bee costume is no more. It was only last week. I'm keeping the icons, though, for next year.
Oh, please.
They're very pretty.
Thank you. But, you all head out. Freya is accompanying you, but Zephyrus,
Yay.
of course, is staying back.
Yeah.
And, you make your way out to the deck where Baraka is waiting in her Poofy winter coat all wrapped up. Looking grumpy as usual.
Yay.
Not grumpy at anybody, just grumpy at the weather.
Yeah, grumpy at the world.
As
Yeah.
per usual.
The moment you step outside, you notice that it is significantly colder than where you were at the cat's cradle. While it was, moderate temperature and fairly humid there, it is very cold, but still just as wet here over the Bonded Isles. It's a damp cold that
cold, wet is
seeps into
worse.
your bones.
Oh, Wisconsin.
Cold wet is worse.
Cold wood is worse. Cold wood is worse.
Dry cold is much better.
And there is a cold drizzle that blows against you as the winds whip over the deck of the ship.
Not fun.
Lovely.
And everybody huddles just a little bit closer to Takeoff.
Yeah.
Yay.
Woo!
The sign of cold weather.
The sign of cold
Everybody's
weather.
potted around Takeoff.
As per usual.
Mm-hmm. But,
I mean, she's probably used to it from Kalina. So.
Except for
Yeah.
Sarzoth.
Yes.
Everyone
We do
seems
have
to
two
forget
fire
that
people.
Sarzoth is a Nalatarach.
yeah. He's not quite as hot-tempered as Tagok, though. And
That's funny.
He's still pretty hot tempered. He is a teenager.
yeah,
And Sarzoth.
and Sarzoth. Yeah.
Sarzoth is just a wraith of his own.
Mm-hmm. So, just imagine, like, Sarzoth and Tagok are kind of in the middle, being pushed towards the center by everybody else who's crowded around them. But you go over to Barrica, and she pulls down her big scarf to talk to you guys. She says, "Fuck, I can't wait to leave this area. It's wet, it's cold. I hate it."
Quite nice, actually.
She looks a little surprised, and she says, "To each their own. I'm more of a sunny weather gal myself." She says, "But enough talk about the weather. Currently, we're above the, largest nomadic settlement on Ka. We'll be dropping you down. And, Whew. Well, I've already told you everything else you need to know. God, just get on. I want to go inside." And she waves you off towards the lift.
Kalina laughs a little bit as she steps on the lift.
As you are being lowered down, you hear Barrica say, "Be safe. Don't die. Don't do anything stupid."
Will do.
We
Honest
all know
honesty.
Spark's gonna do something stupid.
Yeah.
That's their job.
And Sarzoth.
Anastasia,
But I think we're used to that at that point.
Yeah, we're all used to this.
Anastasia
Sarzoth's
gives us a
shenanigans.
thumbs up. Anastasia thumbs up just as, and while it's going up, you can hear multiple layers of codes just shuffling.
Shrunk.
Oh my god.
I can't put my arms down.
Arms down!
Shoop, 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 shoop.
Anastasia's
That was perfectly in time!
looks so much bigger because of the coats.
Yeah, everybody thinks he's, like, big and buff, but no, it's just all these coats.
He's just puffy.
It squishes him down.
Yeah,
He's just huggable.
yeah.
He's like a stress ball. He's like a stress toy.
Squeesh.
Listen,
I don't think he wants anyone squishing him.
He's got no
His
bones.
daggers are like to his side, and his Alaka-Blast rifle that is totally just a sign is on his back.
Yeah.
I wonder, if you were to bend down, would your daggers just like stab through your coats?
Stab through, probably not, but to poke Adam, yes.
Mm-hmm. As you're being lowered down, Colbart, you notice that Freya is fidgeting with something like hidden in their coat that they've like hidden in the coat that they have on.
Aww,
Hmm.
little baby.
Kind of like go behind them and like put the hands on their shoulders, like, what you got there?
They jump a little bit and their antennas sort of whoop, bounce up, and then they look up at you and they whisper, "Don't tell anybody."
Yeah! Yes!
Yes.
Yes!
She has a stabby.
Yes!
And then they turn around and like sort of flash you their like the dagger that they have like sort of like strapped to the inside of their coat in its sheath, and it's one of the daggers that was in the attic, and they went up and stole it.
Yes.
And they said,
Colin just gets like slight nod of approval.
they smile and say, "Berica said it was going to be dangerous, so I thought I might as well get some kind of weapon."
Aw.
To be fair, like, you're
I
pretty
feel like they're
ferocious.
just gonna grow like an obsession with daggers now. They're just gonna have like a massive collection of daggers after this.
Hoarding. Hoarding
Knife.
behavior.
Knife.
Nice,
Yeah.
nice, nice, nice,
There's
nice.
some punch in the attic, though.
Tagok is proud.
But yeah, Colbert says like, "Oh, you're pretty ferocious just by yourself, so having a little bit of extra protection with a knife that would come in handy either way."
Yeah. They nod happily, very happy that you agree with them in their choice to bring a knife.
Knife, knife, knife.
To be
knife.
fair, them by themselves is more dangerous than the knife, so
Yeah.
yeah.
But turning into big beastie mode is the surprise attack.
Yes. Nobody expects the beast.
It'll be
Nobody
fun when
expects
Spark
the
sees
Spanish
that
Inquisition.
Nobody suspects the Spanish Inquisition, yes.
As you're being lowered down, you can see the settlement below. It is mostly made up of canvas and stretched hide tents that are put up. The roads of the town are just places where the grass has been trodden on so much that it has, died away, and there's just dirt and gravel. It seems that this little settlement is sort of centered around a large rock
I can't.
that shields them from the winds that are coming off of the mountains to the north.
Yeah. Does the wind kind of wake Kalina up a bit?
Yeah. The cold wind hitting your face with the rain.
Kind of sobers her up a bit.
Yes. Sobers you up to a point where you're definitely functional now.
Questionable. Yes.
You're definitely
I mean,
functional
close
now.
enough.
When you make it to ground level, you see that a lot of the people in the village have sort of come out of their tents and are curiously looking in your direction. It's not every day that a sky ship delivers a group of people down to a settlement in a car.
Yeah. Yeah, what the fuck they doing over there?
Time to go find that wizard.
Yeah.
Yep.
Kalina, she, steps off of the ship. Or, not the ship. The lift. And onto the ground.
Anastasia just gets to the edge of the platform and it just rolls off of it.
He's too
Oh my
freaking fat. He can't bend
god.
his knees.
Is there any snow? My brain forgot.
It is snowy, but it's like very wet snow. Snow that's
More
like
slush than anything.
slushy in some places and iced over in some others that are like not heavily walked.
Oh,
It's
the
gross.
worst type of
Spark
snow.
play in it regardless.
Yeah, go ahead.
No snow, bitch.
Go play in the snow, shoddy.
Yeah.
I have no concept of this. It
Um,
never tells you.
It's starts off as with the group, right? I'm not.
Yeah, of course. You were
Okay,
thinking.
Nah, you're in
Okay,
timeout.
so,
Time out
that's
for
what I was
stars
thinking for a
off.
second there.
It is with me.
Anyways, he continues and he's walking very carefully on the ice because he's like on a particularly icy section,
Yeah.
and and behind him, Asturias kind of like smirks, but you don't see it obviously. But a large faint gust of wind appears behind him, and it makes him slip, and he just bites fat ass on the ice.
Ooh.
Bites fat ass on the ice. I love that.
Damn.
You hear a and then you see Sarzoth absolutely eat shit falling into the slushy, icy.
He managed to kind of hit his nose, so his eyes are watering a bit.
Oh.
Spark laughs at you.
Kalina, she looks back, she's like, oh, dick. Hold on.
Don't laugh at me. It was Estrella.
And but Kalina, she holds out a hand for Sarzoth to take.
Nanny foo foo.
He kind of like um might fully looks to the side, very dramatically.
He's embarrassed.
Kalina
Like, I'll
just
get my stuff.
sighs, says, come on. Get up.
Fine. And you like grabs your hand with a death grip.
Strong hand.
Yeah, and Kalina helps hoist him up. She may be mad at him, but that doesn't mean that she doesn't care about him.
As you're kind of, helping poor Sarzoth up, you see a larger man in some, a nice fur-lined parka with fine embroidery come over to you. He says, well, adventurers, what brings you to our humble little settlement?
We are looking for a wizard who is supposedly residing in this settlement. He has some information that we need.
Ah, he nods. He says, Master Elm.
Oh, you fucker.
Shut up, I'm not. I know what you're thinking, and I'm not.
Uh-huh.
Just the
Yeah.
I'm genuinely not. You're just crazy.
Crazy. I was crazy once.
You put me in a room.
Put me in a room.
Rubber room with
A
rat.
rubber room. A rubber room with rat.
I have a
The
cat.
rats
That's
made me
I have a
crazy.
theory.
Oh, there's a cat. And
I have a theory.
Oh, el gato. But, he gestures for you to follow him, and he says, Elm is the old wizard who used to reside in a tower with his master. But his master died long ago, and he's been traveling with us nomads ever since.
I see.
He's kind of like a grandfather to us. He's been here for generations upon generations, seeing line of chieftains grow up. And then he smiles.
Got an old fucker.
Yeah, and then he smiles and he says, and of course, and he puts his hand over his chest and he says, I am the current ruling chieftain of this clan.
Pleasure to meet you. Kalina says as she does a little nod and a bow.
He gives like a polite head bow to you in response. And he says, so, what brings you to, see Master Elm? Spells? Potions?
Not quite. He, supposedly has information on someone that we're looking for.
He kind of, like, he makes this face where, like, thinks a little hard, and then, like, goes back to his, normal expression. He's like, well, Master Elm is very well traveled and has known many, many people over his lifetime. I'm sure
I
that
would
he can
assume
definitely
so.
help you. And, the chieftain, he leads you to a tent that is, a little less plain and homely compared to the other ones. It is, the canvas is dyed a deep emerald green. And on the front of the tent, there is a banner with the same crest that Baraka showed you.
Ah. Wizard man. Wizard man. Wizard man.
The chieftain,
Wizard.
gestures to the tent and he says, well, this is the Grandmaster's tent. If you need anything else, I am at the large tent just under the rock face. And he points to a larger, sort of long tent that is situated directly under a little outcropping on one of the large rocks.
Of course. Thank you, sir.
He nods and says, good luck with your hunt. And then he walks off.
I almost said as to you.
As to you. Well, they do be hunting, though. They do be hunting, though.
Like, it gives off the same vibe as, like, when, like, someone, like, giving you your food at, like, a restaurant says, like, enjoy your meal, and then you say you
Me
too.
too. Me too.
And then it's echoing in your mind for the next week.
Yeah.
Before the guy leaves, can Spark come over with like a big ass sheet of ice, sees the fact that he has embroidery on his pelts, and then do like a loud gasp before dropping it and be like, oh my god, I love your embroidery.
You just hear, like, a giant shatter as they drop it.
He chuckles a little bit and he says, thank you.
I
Doesn't,
love Spark.
doesn't know exactly how to react, but he's gonna thank you regardless.
It's like, well, they think it's pretty.
They ask if they could look at it a little closer
Mhm.
because, you know, but they've sew.
Mm-hmm. He allows you to look a little closer. When you get closer, you can see that not only is it embroidered with colorful threads, but it is also embroidered with little beads made of various things sewn into the embroidery, made out of wood, bone, seashells, small pieces of sea glass, things of that nature.
They look they're like, did you do this yourself? That's so cool. And it's just like completely enamored by this. They don't give a shit about the quest. They
Yeah.
give a shit about embroidery.
I mean, to be fair, they're still kind of adjusted to, like, being here.
He tells you that the chieftain's robes are passed down from generation to generation, and each time that a new chieftain dons them, they add their own they add their spirit animal to the robe.
Aww.
And then he points to his, which is it's on the sleeve, like near the wrist, and his spirit animal is an elk.
Oh, that's so cool. Spark is just like so excited over this.
And then he also shows you like his father's embroidery, which was a red hawk, his grandfather's, which was a white wolf, and like, all the various generations going back and their additions to the mantle.
Cool.
Oh, you can. Spark just starts like hand flapping a little bit.
Aww.
Happy stim, happy stim.
And then they kind of go like, "Wait, shit. I probably shouldn't be bothering this guy."
Kalia's looking at them and just thinks it's the most adorable thing in the world.
When you have your realization, he gently puts his hand on your shoulder and pats you, and he says, I know you need to get back to your quest, but sometimes we need a bit of joy. I enjoy your enthusiasm about our cultures.
They make a happy clown noise, and then go to join the others, but still kind of staying away from Kalina a bit.
Still a bit wary. It's okay.
Anastasius quickly turns back, shuffle waves to the guy and says, mufflely, anger for the riot, shouldn't you?"
He nods and smiles and says, of course. And then he, like, finally goes off to go back to the chieftain's tent. And now you can enter Master Elm's tent. Ooh. Go to the
We
wizard.
enter.
As you open the flap to the tent, you see Master Elm sitting next to a young man who is like sitting on a cot, and he looks a little bit nervous, and you can see that he has a bit of a nasty infection on his thigh.
Oh damn.
Oy.
And
I want to touch it.
No.
Master Elm is he's taking a herbal paste from a mortar and pestle and is placing it on a clean piece of linen to get ready to wrap the leg. And before he's like holding the little piece of linen, and then he speaks some verbal component, and you see that clean water manifests and washes off the wound
Ooh.
before he puts the linen over it and then wraps it securely with more strips. And then he gives the young man a pat on his shoulder and he says, "Well, my boy, as long as you are diligent and take care of it, and don't get gored by any more bison, you'll be all right." The young man, he puts back on his clothing and he bows politely to the wizard and he says, "Thank you, Master Elm." And then he, a little embarrassed that you guys saw that, and heard that he got stabbed by a bison in the leg and it got infected, makes his retreat out of the tent.
Aww.
Master Elm then turns to you. He is a very, very old man. He looks a bit short, and he wears deep emerald and brown robes lined with soft plush fur, and his long white beard reaches almost to his knees,
Damn.
and it is adorned with
What the hell?
Sorry.
What was that?
Somebody did the stay a while and listen, and then I laughed.
stay a while and listen.
Oh my god.
Somebody
Is my
did the
laugh
Deckard
bad?
Cain.
Is that my... Is my laugh that bad?
No, I think she was just responding to the Deckard Cain, but didn't
Yeah, I was just
hear
like,
it
wait, what the
properly.
hell?
Forgot that Deckard Cain was here.
Yeah.
But yeah. He wears like a little hat, like a fur hat,
Yeah.
and he gently wipes off his hands on a rag and then stands up and he says, "Hello there. What can I do you for? Are you injured? Need scrolls, potions, anything?"
I mean,
No,
you
but
can
we
do me
do-
for anything you'd like.
Kalina just
I'm sorry. I'm
Kalina just, like-
sorry.
she just kind of smacks Sarzath's shoulder and just says, "No, but we could use your assistance."
I'm all ears.
We're looking for someone who hasn't been seen in a long time. Does the name Kristoff ring a bell?
He thinks a little bit, and you see him sort of stroke his mustache and beard, and he says,
Oh, yeah, the man.
"I recognize the name. I don't think I've ever met someone named Christoph. There's a lot of people that have not given me their names, so it is possible. Do you know anything about this Christoph that maybe I could try to remember?"
Yeah. Hold on, sorry, I'm pulling up notes. The stuff that, like, you sent.
Yeah.
All that time ago. Okay, hold
Yes.
on. No, that's Baldur's Gate. Hello, Kalina. Where the heck? Oh, that's the bee costume. That's the bee costume.
What do you have that?
Don't ask.
Why not?
No.
Okay.
Kalina, she says he's an old war master from well, the Northern Bonded Isle here. And sorry, was there anything else that she learned? It doesn't say much else in the notes that you
Not
sent, 'cause
not for
originally,
certain,
like,
but you do have a theory that this is the same Kristoff that used to serve Queen Miranda.
yeah. But yeah, Kalina Shia continues, and he perhaps may be the same Kristoff that had served Queen Miranda during her reign.
He looks a little confused, and then he says, do you know anything about his appearance? What he may have looked like?
He got big swords.
And
That's definitely something. And he does like a little point at you, and he's like, "Yep, that's definitely something. Yeah."
Oh, that's something, kid.
Clement actually speaks up and says, I believe he was rather tall, very long, blonde hair, armor all gold, and of course the swords, as Spark here said." And he says,
As Clement does that, can Spark like mime out when he's saying?
"Yeah."
Yes, please.
You mime. You're standing like a little bit behind, so Clement can't see you miming. But Elm is like smiling and nodding, and he says, "Yes, yes, that description does sound very familiar, and I think I know who you're talking about. He never gave me a name. Never gave me a name. But I do know where he last went to." And then he tells you to sit down. And he like gestures to some of the stools and cots
Oh boy.
for you to
We're gonna
sit
get-
Oh
down.
shit, we're gonna sit down.
Can
Time for a
say-
sit down talk.
He says, "This of course requires a little bit of pretense, but many, many years ago, I was an apprentice." Shut up. Stay a while and listen, Heaven. Many, many years ago, I was an apprentice to another wizard who lived in this region. In the mountains, he built a fortress and a great tower. And it was built over an entrance to a cave system, which he believed to be linked to the spirit realm, and he used it for his research. After the death of my master, the way was sealed, and unable to continue his research, I began traveling across Ka with the nomads, acting as a mentor and a guardian to them. But about how long ago was this? About 800 years ago, some very unsavory creatures started rising out of the crumbling ruins of the tower. They came down and they attacked the people. And poor citizens were mostly helpless to stop. They had never faced anything like them before. They were horrible, rotten creatures, the likes of which I had never seen before, and I could find no writings of in any of mine or my master's research. And then he pulls out a set of scrolls, and he like lays them out on the cot for you, and you see some sketches of a couple of these creatures that he himself had seen.
Oh.
What they look like is they look like people whose bodies had been overtaken by like roots and plant growth and
Guys,
mushrooms and spores.
It's the rot.
Oh.
And he says, now I don't have colored ink on this, but one of the most striking things about these things is they seemed to bleed still, but it was not blood, it was sap. Sap from the plants that were growing within the corpses.
Kalina's like writing down so many notes. She is
Guys,
fully awake now.
It is totally the fucking fungus, guys. That's what it is. It has to be it.
And
Anastasia.
yeah, go ahead, Anastasis.
Anastasia, is it just like you can see he took off like one of it, not fully off, but like unzipped one of his jackets, and like he's writing within the jacket just notes.
Yeah.
Lovely.
But he then says, about 200 years after this plague of monsters started, a bit of a frontier man, I call him, came here. He said that he was a monster hunter, and he had heard rumors of the plague that was battering this land, and he wished to seek it out and eradicate it. I pointed him in the direction of the tower, and he went off that way on his own, and I have not seen him since. But there have been no more monsters. So I would warrant that he is likely still alive, being a last bastion to the island of Ka.
I see. So if we go to the tower, we might have a chance of finding him.
He nods and he says, come, I will show you where the tower is. And
Of course.
he grabs his staff that is laying up against the wall of the tent, and he begins sort of hobbling, leading you. He leads you up on top of the rocks.
Oh.
And he takes a telescope out of his robe, and he extends it, and he says, now over there, you see the highest peak of the mountain? Look just east to it. And he hands it to you, Kalina.
Kalina does as instructed.
And you focus, and you see the tallest peak, and you go just to the east of it. You can see the silhouette of the misty mountains, almost completely shrouded by fog. And then you see the tower and its fort.
Oh.
The crumbling stone walls and arches almost resemble a hand that reaches up towards the heavens. And, Kalina, I'd like you to make a perception, please.
Alright, general perception. Got it.
Oh, God, I have to piss.
Ooh. Okay, base of 15 plus 2, 17.
Alright, so Kalina, as you're, looking and sort of, focusing on the tower and fort, you see that there is a very faint plume of smoke rising from the tower.
Oh. Kalina, you can kind of see Kalina, she raises an eyebrow a bit, and, she kind of almost leans forward a bit, as if to look further into the spyglass. And she says, There's smoke coming from the tower.
That could very well be him.
Do you think I should take a look at it?
It is quite far.
It's about like a little over 5 to 7-ish miles from where you are.
Well, if we get closer.
Can Spark look in the opposite direction and be like, I don't see anything?
Kalina, like, she looks at Spark and then she laughs. Oh, Spark.
I'm just a silly, goofy little guy.
She's very
When-
amused.
When you say that, they kind of like immediately look away from you.
Kalina, like, she blinks a little bit and kind of tilts her head. But she, goes back to looking in the spyglass.
Elm then sort of he starts talking again. He's like, now the path up to the tower is usually rather easy. It was carved by magic many, many years ago. But I do know that in recent centuries, the roots that are seemingly infecting these bodies are also making their way through the cracks of the earth.
Oh dear.
Oh, are we dealing with zombies?
Due to the fog, you can't see it at all, but that fort is basically being held together by twisting roots and vines.
Although Kalina isn't showing it, she's secretly kind of like nerding out a bit. Because this sounds like something straight out of like a book that she would read.
And he says,
I think we can all
Space Ranger,
tell.
ugh.
Space Ranger, Space Ranger.
No. Geez, so much was happening there.
Sorry.
No, you're good. We were all talking at once.
What did
And
you
I'm
want to
pretty
say?
sure, like, someone's
Oh, I just said
audio
we can all
to, like,
tell.
Yeah.
Huh?
We can tell that Kalina's nerding out. That's what's been said.
Yeah, like you could just see like I mean she isn't showing it, but there's just like a spark,
That
like
little,
a twinkle in her
little,
eye.
little twinkle in her, little glimmer.
God, imagine if
mean-
she's just like saying, "This is exactly like from the chapter of the 3rd book of Space Ranger."
The
Anastasia
dweebus.
is
What?
She doesn't say that, but like that's like you know, like she's remembering like a specific chapter from the specific number of her all-time favorite book series that nobody knows about, and it was only mentioned one time in the campaign, like the book
Wow.
name.
Yeah.
It was a book that Kalbar found when he was like, you know, like scrounging around.
Oh, that book.
Yeah, Space Ranger.
Okay.
Okay. If y'all want to, y'all can sort of talk about like, you know, the tower, the everything. I have to go pee. I'll be back.
Yeah, no problem.
Role play together, please.
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh.
Kalina, she is continuing to look through the spyglass, and she fuck. Sorry, I had a thought and now it's gone. I had a plan and then it just disappeared from my brain. I hate it when that happens.
Love that.
Oh, remember the compass thing that Anastasia has made a few sessions back?
Nope.
I do.
Nope.
So very quickly, Anastasius made like a wristwatch like watch thing that is just a compass. So with like the compass being in a ball of sorts on the watch instead of being like a flat thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Anastasia's attempts to like I'm gonna run this by arrows when he gets back. Like I'm gonna have Anastasia's attempt to make the like pointer thing point towards the tower because I'm assuming that's like the objective we're doing it next.
Yeah. I wonder how that would actually work. Like, if the towers were giving off like a decent amount of magic, then I suppose you could configure it to, like,
Yeah,
point in
like
a specific direction.
I mean,
You just
Yeah,
kind of
probably.
tune it to what magic and how strong the magic is, and then boom.
like how I like again gonna like obviously it's based off of something from One Piece.
Yeah,
Why
of course
isn't
it is.
Of
When
course.
is when is anything that you make not based off of One Piece?
Anastasius?
Anastasius is a notable outlier and should not be counted.
Like you back?
I don't think he's back yet.
But like I am
Hurts someone saying back.
That was Audrey.
Yeah, Audrey hath returned from somewhere. Also, am I echoing? Or
A little
something?
bit.
Something was echoing.
Is it me?
It might be your end.
Yeah, I don't have any headphones.
Yeah, I was
So
about.
it's
Yeah, I was
hard.
about to say like it's probably your end because like I know you don't have headphones on right now because sensory things or whatever. I forgot what you said.
Heather.
kind of,
Gotcha.
that's what I based the watch
Of
compass
course. Of course.
on.
Fucking
Like
weeb.
oh shut.
Weeb. Would you rather me call you a weeb or a basketball?
Neither.
Too bad it's gonna be both because you couldn't decide.
But yeah, like I won't assuming arrows allows it. I'm kind of like
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Arrows. I blew something
very
up.
What?
No, they didn't.
All right. So, what did y'all talk about?
Very quickly. Yeah, I want to run something by you.
Yeah.
If that's okay.
Uh-huh.
So, remember how a number of sessions back, Anastasius made a compass watch of sorts?
Yes.
Would it be okay if, like, it was able to point towards, like, either magic or, like, the next objective?
It currently is not a, like, magical item that would do that, but you could get it imbued to do that.
Okay,
But that's possibly a
wanted-
side quest you'd have to go on.
just thought I'd ask.
Not right now, is what I'm saying.
Right.
Alright.
I like just got back. Why is there a picture of a log pose in break room?
Me.
A what?
What?
Because
I mean, I know that's you, but
Because of how I was talking about how the like watch that Anastasia said made sessions back was based on that.
Oh, okay. Sorry, we're done being nerdy. Continue.
Okay. But so Master Elm tells you that well, he's basically like, do you want to leave now, or do you need anything else?
I don't think we need anything else.
Kalina, she looks back at Master Elm and says, "Do you mind if I transcribe your notes and sketches? We'd just like to document them before we head off, just so I have that information to refer back to.
He
Might
smiles.
help us later on."
He smiles and he says, "Of course, of course."
Fellow nerd.
And he then leads you back to the to his tent. Where, you're able to transcribe his stuff, and you can kind of, the others, if you want, you can take a look around at some of the stuff he's got.
So
What'd you say, Colbert? I'm
Chinese?
sorry.
we're playing in the snow.
Playing in the snow.
The gross snow.
Um,
No, Colbert hasn't seen much snow either.
Colbert and Spark are playing in the snow together? Are they?
Sure.
Well, you're playing in the snow, and you see a group of kids that are also, playing in the snow.
Fun.
They see you, and they sort of, like, run over to you to, like, be like, "Yay, more people to play with."
Yay!
Ooh, I know what I'm gonna do. During playing that, I'm just gonna turn into a bird, like, outside, and bury myself in the snow, and wait for one of them to come by, and just pop out, scaring them a little bit.
Yeah.
But there's a bird in the snow.
Yeah.
Spark's doing
The
clapping
child who
stuff.
you, spooked, shrieks with delight.
Aww. Oh, baby.
Yeet.
Spark's just being your standard clown right now.
Clowning
the
around.
kids.
But, yeah. It takes Kalina a little bit to transcribe everything, and Master Elm helps you a little bit,
Yay!
because he himself has a magic quill that can write things for
fuck
him.
Yeah.
He tells you that arthritis makes it hard to write as delicately as he used to. So
Oh.
he has enchanted his quills to do the work for him.
Very smart, but also buddy.
Yeah. While you're transcribing, he also tells you that, if and when you should kill these, rotten undead, to stay away from the corpses.
Okay.
Because, soon after they, like, are defeated or die, they start to leach their sap and spores.
Oh.
And it is, It will cause a terrible infection, he says.
Ooh.
Guess who's not gonna follow that?
Kalina nods and yeah, me too. That's what I thought.
Hollow Knight. The children
But
say.
yeah, Kalina, she nods and hastily writes that down.
And then he shows you a medical paper, like very, very old medical paper, transcribing like what happened to someone who sort of contracted this rot.
Oh.
In the paper, it describes the 10 agonizing days where they tried to save this person but ultimately failed.
Oh, damn.
On the first day, they seemed to just have a normal respiratory infection. And then, as time went on, the symptoms started to resemble that of tuberculosis.
Oh.
But it got more and more severe, to the point where any little jostling would cause orifices to bleed. But the blood was not of a normal consistency. It resembled that of the sap. It was sticky and it smelled of rotted flesh.
Tell me more.
People,
plague.
people began developing what looked like fungal infections upon their skin, starting at places that were the weakest, around the mouth, around the nose, around the ears, the eyes, anus, any orifice, any orifice on the body, and
That's horrifying.
they started getting this sort of fungal growth, and then if they had any wounds, it would also develop there.
Finn is loving this.
People who had tattoos, their tattoos would, even if they were old, they would start to show signs of becoming infected.
Oh my god.
Scars would open back up.
Oh.
And blisters formed on the skin, and pus developed in many areas. In the last 2 days, it said that the people's eyes, mouth, nose, ears, were almost completely swollen or crusted shut by the fungus.
Oh, damn.
And they had to have tubes, usually made of bone, inserted into their mouth to allow for them to breathe. And even then, their breathing was very labored, very ragged, very crunchy. It was not clear breathing.
Something's growing inside their lungs, isn't it?
To answer some questions from our resident disease specialist, Finn, around day 5 was when people were completely immobile.
Oh.
And they said that the pain from their joints and their muscles were just far too much to bear. answering all the disease
You're having
questions.
so much fun.
So the swelling was mostly around the orifices and wounds, tattoos. Yes, they pretty much by day 8 lost all function and were like 100% bedridden, unable to do anything. Blindness and deafness come from the fact that ears and eyes completely swollen shut. They do not know, but Master Elm believes that it's possible that their eyes may have liquefied.
Oh.
But because of the swollen shut, he was unable to tell, and it was too dangerous to check to risk spreading.
Damn. Kalina, like, she's reading and hearing all of this.
I-
And
God.
she is, like, fascinated, but also, like, terrified.
To answer your question, Finn, neurological symptoms. Around day 3, they started noting that the infected people would become a bit hostile, snapping at people, sometimes refusing treatment altogether. They were acting like trapped animals, almost.
Rabies?
A little bit of rabies.
And a little bit of rabies.
And a little bit of rabies.
After my own heart.
Day 9 is what is said to be the worst. The past couple days, they had been completely immobile. Not moving at all. Day 9 was when things got a little, more unusual than what was already happening. One account, there's only one account of this, but one account says that on day 9, the healers awoke in the night to a horrible sort of screeching sound and found the patient had gotten out of bed and was stumbling around blindly, breaking anything that it could get their hands on.
Clickers, 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 clickers.
All of their wounds on their body were leaking pus or their sticky sap blood.
Dad, I threw up. Dad, I threw up.
Dad, I threw up.
No. This is a serious fucked up moment. Damn it. I'm not mad, but damn it.
In the paper, they said that they were able to subdue the patient with a magical narcotic. And after the narcotic wore off, they seemed to be all right. Like, back to the previous state. They were, you know, calm breathing. On the morning of the 10th day, they, nurses with, PPE, about as much as you can in medieval fantasy, came into the tent to check on the quarantine patient and found that, they had attempted to get out of bed again, but where they had attempted to roll off the bed, their leg had completely fallen off.
Oh.
It seems as if from the thigh down, their leg and flesh had completely melted off.
Oh.
The patient was dead.
Oh, damn. That's a horrible, fucked up way to go. How the fuck did you come up with this?
On the spot.
I love you.
I'm a fucked up little guy.
I love you so much.
You're welcome. But, after the patient died, Elm himself alone disposed of the body, and he contained it in a magical bubble and took it far, far away from the settlement and burned it and buried it 10 feet underground.
Damn.
And for weeks after, he would surge the ground with magical purifying magic to ensure that no remnants of the fungus or the infection traveled to the surface.
Yeah.
After that, they made more attempts to rescue individuals, but if they could not see any progress before 9 days, they euthanized the patient.
Damn. Oh.
It is reported that around 80 people became infected before Knight Kristoff took off towards the tower and stopped the blight, supposedly.
Damn. I mean, that's pretty impressive. Like, how long did this blight apparently go on for?
200 years.
I mean, 80 people over 200 years.
80
that's not
people
bad.
just reported in this settlement.
Oh, shit, you're right. Never mind. Shit, you're right. Never mind.
To answer your question, Finn, if there are any animal vectors, it is unknown. The only infected people are people who fought off the monsters that came from the ruins.
In a sense, the monsters themselves are kind of brought the disease.
But yeah, Kalina, she's just like looking as like she's transcribing these notes. She is just like looking on in basically horror. If she wasn't sober then, she's sober now.
What a way to sober up. Nyoka's definitely
what a
sober
way-
now.
Oh wait, is Nyoka there too?
Mm-hmm.
Like, is he there with Kalina as he's like?
Yeah.
Oh
He's-
my god.
He's definitely interested in this, considering that the rot came from underground, and, well, the deep realm is underground.
Deep realm, yeah. But yeah, Kalina, she finishes transcribing everything, and looks to Elm and says, "Thank you for this. That will be very important, and we'll make sure to tell the others to be cautious around any of these creatures that we may come across."
Of course. And before you go, I do have something to give you, rather important. And he shuffles over to a shelf, and you see like a little rack that has all of these tiny little vials of a sort of shiny, metallic-y red liquid inside. It sort of
Oh.
sparkles a little bit. And he says, these are, well, to put it simply, immunoboosters. These will give you an extra layer of protection against the rot. And I have enough here to give one to each of you, and one extra for the night. And then he hands you, he hands you all of them, and then he says, please ensure that he gets one. Even if he has survived this long without infection, I do not think he can go on forever.
Of course. And Kalina, she starts putting everything in her pack and making double checking that she has everything.
Master Elm places his hand on your shoulder and he says, I do pray that you come back safe, all of you.
Thank you, Master.
And I hope to the gods that we find out what's causing this. And he kind of shudders a little bit. He wants to find out, but he's also scared to find out.
Understandable. He's just an old man.
Yeah.
But yeah, Kalina, I don't know, who else is in the tent with her at this time?
Nyoka, Clement, probably Tagok. Anastasius, Chatu. Freya is sort of curled up at your feet.
Aww, feet warmers.
Like, Cobra and Spark are out, right?
Yeah.
Playing in the snow.
Mhm.
Oh shit, Cobra. Oh god.
Colbert
Imagine
doesn't
he's
know about
blindsided
anything
by
that's being said inside.
If nobody tells them, they're gonna be blindsided by it.
Yeah, Kalina's gonna make sure to tell them.
Yeah.
Just make it a general group announcement, even to those who heard. Because dang it.
Alright. So.
But yeah, Kalina, she heads out. And she looks around to see where Kolbar and Spark currently are.
You see Colbart and Spark playing with the local kids in the snow. You see Colbart in his bird form sort of hopping around.
Aww.
I'm getting snow on my wings and then going up to one of the kids and just flapping them, covering them in snow.
Yeah, you can hear the sounds of joyous laughter from the children. And Spark as well.
Yeah, and Spark's juggling snowballs and doing silly tricks with the kids.
Yeah.
Aww.
Kalina, you can see that a group of moms, a small pod of moms, have sort of gathered and are happily watching.
Aww. Kalina, she starts walking towards them and I guess she's kind of around the group of moms, but she doesn't say anything at first because she loves watching her group mates have fun. God, she is a mom, isn't she?
At this
yeah.
point, yes.
Kalina, one of the mothers, leans over to you and smiles, and she says, "Which one's yours?"
Kalina, she kind of is surprised a little bit. She says, no, none of them are mine. I'm just see those two over there, the bird and the clown?
Yes, I do see them. Ah.
They're part of my party.
Oh, I'm sorry for assuming.
No, no, it's fine. It blindsided me.
Does Spark notice that Kalina walked up?
Yeah, you can see Kalina sort of standing with the group of moms, like happily watching you.
They kind of like stop what they were doing, and then kind of just like you can just see that they immediately like tense up as soon as they see Kalina.
Kalina, she sees them do this, and she immediately looks concerned. You know, kind of think of it, she probably doesn't even remember her outburst from last night.
Too drunk. Too drunk to remember.
But yeah, she sees Spark like this, and she just says, "Spark, is everything all right?"
Yes, ma'am. Everything's fine.
Kalina, she blinks at that. It's like, you don't need to call me ma'am. If you want to, that's all right, but
Do you see that makes them like even more nervous? They're like, oh, I fucked up.
Oh.
oh. Kalina, she says, "Hey, you didn't. It's okay. You did nothing wrong. Just surprised. That's all."
They kind of like speed walk off to the rest of the group, almost like suddenly.
Kalina like watches as they walk off suddenly, and she looks kind of concerned. She doesn't say anything though as they walk off.
Mm.
She's around with the other moms and her friend. Oh no, the other mom. I swear if the other moms say anything. It's like, is your friend okay, sweetie?
As you're sort of like going back to the group, Kalina, you swear you hear one of the moms say, "Oh, poor dear, they're traumatized." And like a, oh, poor little baby. It's trauma. It's so cute. Oh no, it's traumatized.
Oh.
Oh no,
My sister
it
when
has
she
depression.
got Nina.
Force
For context,
or
yeah.
dog.
For context,
Oh, great.
yeah, my sister has a dog named Nina. Nina is a rescue. Nina's very traumatized. But we're getting there.
I'm live. Stop.
And
Hello, Mr.
Yeah.
Mariscal.
with our hair?
I'm live.
Hola,
Yes,
señor.
with our hair?
I don't have a cat.
With our hair?
Sorry.
Good evening, Mr. Mariscal.
Hola.
Spanish noises.
Latino hand gesturing.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, Kalina, you gotta explain
Yeah,
the
also,
thing to
Kolbar.
the children.
Did Kolbar come along? Did he waddle along?
And he waddled away.
I'm so sorry about my dad.
Till the very
It's
next
okay.
day.
Nah, you're good, you're good.
Da-da-da.
God, I loved that reaction. Just like, Papi, I'm live. And?
Yeah.
He kept talking about my hair and shit like that, and it's like, and then I told him I muted it. It's like, oh okay. He was just doing it to fuck with me.
A little dingus.
Literally just to do that.
God,
And
you
it
guys
was
are
just-
literally like this. Like, the more I hear from your dad, I'm just like, wow, that's just Caleb, but as an adult.
But,
Like father, like son, I suppose.
Every single. Jay knows what I'm talking about. Every single time. Okay, let's.
But yeah, did Kalbar also waddle back with the spark, I guess?
Yes.
Okay.
The lights off my eyes are.
But yeah, Kalina, she like she's around with the rest of the group, and she like pushes the sets aside the concern for now, like just a little bit on the back burner, still keeping an eye on it. And she says, "All right, before we head off, there is something I would like to discuss. Some of those who were in Master Elm's tent with me might have overheard, but when we attack and kill these creatures, even when we're just around these creatures, whether they are alive or dead, we want to make sure to get away from them as soon as possible. Because their infection will start to spread in a matter of moments. And God forbid if any of us ever got infected, it would be gruesome. I'm not going to explain much now, as even I think it's a bit much. But to summarize, just do not touch any of the creatures, do not touch their corpses, stay away from them as soon as we are done with them. If we even have to engage at all. Understood?
Yes. Or sure.
Anastasia says, looks and says, Captain. It just muttered.
Yeah, muffled.
Is the guy getting older? Probably. Do I care? No.
Oh my god.
But yeah, does everyone else acknowledge or anything?
I mean, yeah, but it's tense.
Yeah.
Everybody's just kind of like, okay. Especially the people who were in the tent and heard, all of what happened to those poor bastards who were infected.
Yeah.
We're still gonna touch it, guys.
No.
We won't let you.
It's not out of oh, I want to get infected. It's gonna be like, ooh, that looks fun.
You should also probably hand out the immuno boosters to everybody to take.
Yeah. Kalina also pulls out the immuno boosters from her bag and says, "These will boost our immune systems in order to fight against any possible infections,
Mhm.
including this rot, blight, whatever it is. If we do come across it, God forbid. So, drink up and pray that none of us have to deal with any sort of sickness on this journey."
Okay.
All right. So I just want to say something for mechanics purposes.
Yo.
When you drink it, I'm going to need you all to a +2 bonus to your Constitution and Constitution saving throws.
All right, cool.
Until the next long rest.
Cool. Okay.
Actually, no, not until the next long rest. For the next 30 days in game.
Oh, nice.
I will keep track of
Okay.
How do I do that?
You can just write it down, and then like whenever you make a roll, you just add that +2.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know how to like actually add that in D&D Beyond mechanically, because
I'll just remember.
Agony.
You guys would just remind me to add another +2.
yeah. I'll also write it down in my notebook. Yes, +2 to con and con saves.
Awesome. Alright, I've done that in my character sheet.
So now you can officially head out.
Alright, and do we have like our little summoning things for our horses and shit?
Yes, you do. And
Awesome.
I will say that you made sure to like empty out the caravan of everything but the essentials.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because that's where Spark's gonna have to go.
Mm-hmm. Or sitting on the back of a horse with somebody.
Yeah.
You guys want to have Spark, like, blabbering in your ear the entire time.
Colbert would probably accept, honestly.
Okay, so dumb question.
Mm-hmm.
And Anastasia's question. Is it the like snow compact enough to where we could theoretically walk on the snow safely from where they are currently to the tower?
You could walk safely, but it would, it's cold, it's wet. You'd be extremely exhausted by the time you got there.
On one hand, cold. On the other hand, Anastasius doesn't have to worry about wetness because Squid Man. It'd probably moisturize him.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like one of us will just see Anastasius doing this. Just like, get on a fucking horse or get in the cart.
Yeah. Get in the cart with the fucking
or Tagok
baby.
will forcibly put you in there.
Yeah.
And
You can play
Anastasius
cards with
will be-
Sarzoth in the cart. And Freya will eat them.
Uh,
Oh. How? Oh god, poor Tagok. Taking damage. Steaming. But, yeah. You guys, you summon up your steeds. And, you made sure to put, like, the blankets on them and
yeah.
wrap the, bottoms of their legs so that, snow isn't going to be sticking to their, fluffs. I don't know horse terminology that well.
Yeah.
The fluffs on
Hair.
the feet. What them called? Socks?
Booties.
They're fluffies. They're fluffies.
Fluffies. They're fluffies now.
Yeah, the fluffers.
When you guys summon them, Spark's like, oh my god.
Horses.
That's so cool.
Horses.
Did
Well,
they
they've
say
also-
that?
Yeah. They say that.
Kalina, she laughs and looks at Spark. Would you like to know their names?
They kind of don't respond and then like start fidgeting with like their coat.
Kalina, she sees them and just says, Spark, are you alright?
Yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry about it. Everything's all right, ma'am.
Are you sure? You
Uh,
seem
they-
very fidgety today.
They kind of nod and then kind of like try to step away from Kalina.
I'm back. What do I miss?
Finn
Uh,
is
yeah.
Finn is still very well. nervous around Kalina, and it's starting to worry her.
Yeah.
I blew something up.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Kalina, she, says, it's alright if you don't want to talk about it now, but know that you can talk to any of us, including me, okay?
They kind of just nod. And then further step away.
Kalina, she still looks worried, but, she just gives a small nod and she says, alright. Well, would you like to ride on any of the horses, or would you like to go in the cart?
Know where Kalina's going? By any chance?
What?
Kalina is riding her horse Indigo, which is a
Okay.
black Frisian horse. Could always get on Grape.
Dragon
They kind of
cart.
just decide to go into the cart.
Yeah, and Kalina, she, watches as they go in, and, she can't help but, like, frown a little bit, because she know that something's bothering them, and she doesn't know what.
Yeah, good luck trying to get that out of them. You're probably gonna have to ask Colbert.
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
Kalina doesn't remember her outburst.
'Cause
Alcohol
the
made her
alcohol
forget.
Kinda, yeah.
So she has no earthly idea as to why Spark is
Doesn't even remember
nervous.
what she said to Sars. Yeah, she doesn't remember anything of what she said to Sarzoth, not to mention just, like, the general outburst.
Mm.
And Spark isn't gonna say anything about what's wrong. So they're saying that it's probably gonna have to get it out of you, Colbert.
Wait, do I remember what happened?
Yeah. You were,
Colbert may remember, but I don't remember.
You and Spark went and sat in the church grounds in the garden and talked about, like, Kalina's outburst, and Spark kind of, alluded to the fact that, it reminds them of some past trauma.
Right now, I remember. Okay. I remember.
But yeah, Kalina, she, goes back and, goes on to Indigo. Gets up on the saddle.
All of y'all sort of saddle up and get ready to head out with the crew in the back, all sort of huddled together with a card game to play. And you got, like, blankets draped over you and stuff, like over your laps, being all
God, that
toasty.
sounds fucking great. That sounds great, man.
And you set out towards the tower. And as the day wanes on and you get closer to the tower, the fog on the mountain starts to dissipate a little bit, and you can see the tower and its surrounding area a little better. You can see how the fortress kind of, like, nestles itself in between the crags of the rocks and the path that leads up to it. And as the fog fully clears away, you can much better see those roots that Master Elm was talking about. They are almost black in color as they stand out against the paler stone of the tower and fortress.
Yeah.
Could Spark reach out of the like thing and try to touch one of them?
You're not close enough to the vines yet, but like you're looking up the mountain from the base of it, and you can like see it.
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood.
It's okay. You're good.
Can I do that
Sorry.
when they get
Ooh,
close
that is
enough?
a cool picture.
I'm sorry if you heard my cough. Eating grapes.
Eating grapes.
No, grape!
No,
I'm sorry.
Grape!
Poor grape.
They're big, fucking like juicy grapes. So yeah. Anyway,
Grapes.
Why are you eating our horse?
I'm not.
Why are you eating our horse?
I love the two completely different responses that happened.
Yeah.
Just, oh, nice grapes. And, no.
The horse. Our horse.
So
Yeah. So those are some two sort of reference images as to
Yeah.
how the roots are sort of forming over the fortress, and a little on the path you can see going up the mountain. You're gonna have to like be very careful that the horses don't twist an ankle or hurt their legs.
Yeah. Do horses have ankles?
Yes.
Yeah, they. So, they basically walk on their toe, like their toenails. So their ankles actually point a little farther up.
Okay.
So that joint where the hoof is their ankle, and then their knees are like farther up.
Yeah.
I don't know too much about horse anatomy though, but
Yeah.
they can be very prone to like injury.
Damn,
Yeah.
me too. Me
Yeah.
too, girly.
if anything, I can always ask my mom because my
True.
mom knows rode horses.
Oh my
She told
god,
me
your
a
mom
story
is a
from-
horse girl.
That tracks.
Yes. She actually, she lived in a more rural area where horses were needed. But one time, she told me a story about riding her horse like a full speed, and everyone around her thought the horse was out of control. No, she was just having fun.
I used to do horseback riding and shit, but it's been a while.
Yeah. All right. So as you get closer to like the base of the mountain, where sort of more the man-made stuff is, like the beginnings of the path and some of the like man-made markers put along the way by the old master. You notice that the sounds of nature are starting to become fainter and fainter. There is not much wildlife here in the mountains around the town. And it is very quiet.
Kalina is definitely on high alert now. And she looks back towards everyone on the horses and says, "Keep your eyes open and your ears keen."
Are we where the roots are now?
There are some small roots that are popping out of the cracks in the rocks that you can see, but the majority of them are up the mountain a little bit more. But there are some.
Okay. Is Spark able to like reach out and grab some of the smaller roots as they walk by? Like not walk by, right? You know what I mean.
Yeah. You would have to get out of the carriage to like get low enough to reach out towards them.
Damn, it's anti-Spark, guys.
You can get a really good look at them though. So
I mean, that works too.
If you want, you can make an investigation roll.
Sorry, give me a second.
Get a good look-see at those roots.
Well, I got a 4, so I totally didn't see anything.
Oh, buddy.
You take a look at the roots and you're like, huh. They're real weird looking. Them shits look weird.
Yeah. Yeah. That's about as much as you'll get out of them anyway.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, going up the mountain trail that has been carved by the previous master wizard, it's everybody rides in silence, very on edge, listening, watching for anything that could come out of cracks or ambush them, possibly. And
Kalita, oops, sorry.
go ahead, go ahead.
Kalita, she does say, make sure to not accidentally run into any of these with the horses. We know that mortals can contract the infection, but we don't want to risk our horses getting infected as well. Not to mention they might twist an ankle with all these roots about. Do the people in the carriage here, by the way? Kalina says.
It's just loud enough to where they're able to, hear it a little bit.
Okay. Maybe Tagok, I don't know if Tagok would pass on the message, just like, hey, dipshits.
Fair enough.
Tagok's like, we're gonna be going a little slower. Gotta make sure their horses can get past the roots and stuff.
She passes on the word.
Pass on the word. But you all start going a little slower and a little more careful. As the farther you get up the mountain, the more roots are starting to encroach upon the path. They're not encroaching too much, considering that the path was created by magic, so some of the lingering magical energy is keeping the roots at bay, but there still is some that make their way onto the road. As you go further up the mountain, you notice that the horses are becoming a little uncomfortable. They are like chuffing a bit, and like you can tell that they are looking around. A bit more than they usually would. They, sensing your anxiety, they are definitely on edge.
Can Spark get on top of the carriage and then do like a perception check?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a fly up.
Today on Finn has a hard time reading. I'm getting so bad rolls. I got an 8.
Oh.
So
so foggy in here, man.
So Spark, you get up on top of the carriage, and as you are climbing up, a gust of wind hits you in your face and makes your eyes water.
Oh.
Making it hard for you to see. But you are able to see that snow is beginning to fall. And the others notice it as well, but you're the first to sort of catch notice of this since you're a little higher than everybody else. And the snow hits you first.
They open up their mouth, they're gonna catch the snow in their mouth.
Oh.
Tasty. But yeah.
That fresh shit.
Eat the crunch water.
Soon, all of you take notice to the fact that snow is quietly falling. You can hear the small little crackles of it as it falls to the ground and muffles pretty much everything around you.
Oh, great. Anastasia can't be heard now. It was already muffled before. Now he's really muffled.
Yeah. But, now you are close enough to, like, sort of the front gate, or the remnants of it, of the fortress, and, you can see the tower, looming above you, and the plume of smoke that comes from it. And
Actually, this place was. Oh, sorry. Go
yeah,
ahead.
I'll just say that now would be a good time if any of you want to make a perception roll.
I will
Yeah.
return to a bird and get the bird eye view for that.
Oh, I got a 4.
Fuck. Nat 1.
At least,
I mean, to be fair, you're inside the carriage.
yeah. You could.
If
couldn't
I'm
have
bird
gotten
perception,
anything.
it's advantage, right?
Yes, you have advantage since you're like going towards it more, and also bird.
Oh, thank God for that, because I can roll a 5 at first. That's okay. 11.
All right.
Got a total of 19.
Kalina, you see Colbart go up, and you're looking sort of back and forth between him and the tower, and as he gets up a little higher, you see sort of like a little shadow nestled in like one of the floors of the tower. It's like the open wall, and then you can see onto the floor, and it's shadowed, and you swear that you see somebody draw a bow.
Kalina, she immediately stops Indigo. She just says, Colbot.
Can you hear?
You hear like a faint sound. You hear Kalina's voice, but you don't like recognize that she's saying your name.
Do I see anything?
You can sort of better.
Bagpipes.
Oh boy.
Distraction.
Colbart, you're up
Spark-
above, so you can see what looks like a little encampment in the ruins. And you see the source of where the smoke is rising is a small campfire with a pot over it. And you don't see anybody at the encampment.
Can Spark play the bagpipes to get Colbart to turn around?
Yeah.
It's like, hey,
Because-
bitch.
I'm not even gonna make you make a performance check because it doesn't have to be good.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be good.
You just sort of blow the bagpipes, and Colbart, you hear the sound of the bagpipes behind you, and you turn your head to see Spark standing on top of the carriage with the bagpipes.
Oh, okay, I turn back.
Colbart,
Oh,
right
it's also
as you,
probably alerted.
as soon as you make a turn in the air, you hear a shoo whizzing go by you, and you turn to see a long arrow tipped in gold fly past.
Oh.
I wonder if I could, like,
You know what? I blame myself for that.
wind powers to direct it to go straight back at whoever shot me.
Sure.
Doesn't have to-
Might use it.
I'm gonna say for this, I want Roll to hit the arrow.
What do I use? What's my? Do I use my proficiency bonus or what? Or just a regular fucking D20?
Use your proficiency bonus. Since it's your magic proficiency bonus.
Shit, hold on. Modifiers, spell attack. I have
Yeah, use your spell attack.
Warlock is the one with that, so it's a +5 for that.
Okay, so yeah, do that.
I'm literally like a couple inches from my screen because I took off my glasses.
Oh, buddy.
Fucking hilarious.
Head hurty, okay?
Head hurty.
Anyways, 8 plus 5, 13.
So, Colbert, you sort of whip around and you flourish your wing as if you are commanding the winds to send it back. And, it sort of creates a cyclone that twirls it around, and then you are able to push it back towards the tower. You do not see if it hit its mark, but you hear it hit something metal.
Oh.
And you hear the ding of it bouncing off the metal. And then you see the arrow fall down the tower.
Cool. I'm fucking getting out of there, going back.
Hold on, guys. I might be able to do something.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Sorry, Can I cast Major Image to get whoever's shooting at us to, like, not attack us?
You always try.
Sure. Go for it.
So, like, can it be, like... Actually, Skywrite may be a better idea. Because, okay, so this one's... Skywrite's probably better, so I'm gonna do that. And it's gonna be, like... we are not enemies, because it could be up to 10 words.
Ah. Alright. Yeah. Do that.
Alright, so I cast that. I could just do that, and just as long as I'm able to, concentrate, I'm good.
Okay. So, Spark, you throw up, the message up in the sky, sort of about where Colbart was when the arrow was shot at him. Saying,
I'm so good.
we are not enemies.
Oh,
Said, oh, I think I can do something. Foxy's immediate response was, oh no.
But, so, you do not, there's no, like, sound in response or anyone calling out, but, it's just sort of quiet. You can, of course, probably now, go into the ruins, though you cannot take the horses.
Yeah. Kalina, she gets off Indigo and she actually looks up to Spark and says, Spark, could you keep an eye on the horses, please? Make sure that they stay put?
Oh, you're keeping Spark outside?
No, I mean, like, people have got to go in, because, like, we got Tagak, we got Culbart, we got Clement, and probably Chatu are also outside. Like, whoever is on the horses, and, like, we're getting off to go in. And, like, We can't just leave the horses unattended.
Yeah.
Especially
Spark will stay out here.
getting
Freya's gonna stay with you and keep you company.
Yeah, y'all know how to handle animals.
Woo! Yeah, because right now I'm on Grape.
Mhm.
Yeah.
who's attached to the cart.
Otherwise, I think we wouldn't really care if the horses were alone or not. We've done that before, but there's
But
a
in
chance
this
that they could get
environment.
infected.
Yeah.
This is not a good environment for that.
Yeah. Who knows what things
Don't
could be
want
lurking.
that to happen. Anyways,
Yeah.
Hobart, still in bird form. He's gonna take to the skies again, but this time he's stealthy. And with my high stealth, I should be able to be fine. And not
Okay.
get spotted.
Roll for stealth.
Stealth. Roll. That is 6 plus 11 equals 17.
All right.
Dancing queen.
So, where would you like to sort of go? Do you want to land on like one of the walls of the tower and look down?
Since I pointed the arrows straight back, and I heard metal, I know where the guy's at, roughly. So I'm avoiding any areas that guy's at. Instead, I'm keeping low, and then flying like the opposite direction from where I flew, and like trying to go like around and behind almost. And just if I need to stop, if I need to, sorry. Yeah, I'm basically just trying to like go like behind the guy almost.
Yeah.
Be keeping lower to the ground than I did previously.
So,
Yeah.
you're kind of skirting around the backside of the tower where the wall is mostly fully intact of the tower.
Mm.
And but there are some windows and holes that you can like look into as you pass by. And as you're passing by, you see like the slight blur of movement, and you can hear the sound of armor moving.
Oh.
Do I know which direction?
It's going the opposite way to where you were flying. So, technically, towards the group. He was on the far side of the tower away from the group, and now he is crossed over and is
gonna
moving
enter a
towards
window.
the group. Alright, so, Colbert, you enter the window, and you land just on the sill of it, and are able to look in. You see sort of the gloomy shadow of a man standing there. You see a tattered olive green cape hanging off of his back, and a long braid that falls. You see that he is sort of crouched next to an arrow slit in the tower of the wall with his bow at the ready, and he's like looking out of it towards the group as they're like
I'm gonna give
starting to
sure.
come through the gate. When you chirp, he whips around, and in an instant his bow disappears, and he's holding a curved greatsword.
Oh.
Holding my ground. I don't giving no reaction.
Bird.
His clouded eyes stare back at you, and he squints, and his nose wrinkles up a little bit, and he says, "What are you?"
Please say your mom.
He can't, he's a bird.
Damn it.
Your mother. Got him.
Does he look like he's gonna attack me?
No, but he is on the defensive.
I'm gonna hop down from the windowsill. I'm not gonna try to get closer. I just need a place to
Bird.
stand.
Just a little bird just looking
If I
up
can,
at this
I'll
fucker.
back. If I can, I'll back away from him a little bit more. And then I'm gonna unbird.
Also, for some reason, I keep thinking Colbert looks like a stork whenever he's in bird mode, but I know that's not true.
He's an osprey with the coloration of a kingfisher.
Yeah.
Thank you.
People fuck. He sort of lowers his sword a little bit and stares at you in confusion. He says, "Why have you come here? This is no longer safe."
So what's the guy's name?
Kristoff.
Okay. We're looking for Kristoff.
He sort of like puffs a little bit, a slight smirk, and he just releases the hilt of his sword and it disappears.
Whoa. What are those names of those weapons again? We've seen them before.
Spirit weapons.
Spirit weapons, that's the name.
Jade has a spirit weapon, by the way.
Yeah, that's why I remember it.
And he says, "Well, I'm right here. What do you need?"
Alright. Some of us are catalyst holders, and we need help with learning how to use them so we can fix up shit.
Don't forget the immune booster.
Kalina has it, that's the problem.
Yeah.
This is just... Yeah, this is the reason why we came to see him.
Yeah.
We also have something else, but I haven't mentioned that yet.
Yeah. So you're like up in the tower and you're whispering and stuff. And down below, you can hear the rest of the group sort of sneaking in, and you can hear their boots crunching against the snow and stepping through the rubble. And he glances down and he says, "Perhaps I should make a formal introduction then. Come."
Yeah.
And
Alright.
he leads you like down sort of a winding path through ropes, makeshift ladders, rubble made into stairs, down about 3 floors to the ground level where the little encampment is, where the rest of the party is just kind of like, searching around and, cautiously looking for whomever may have tried to attack Colbert. And, you don't hear them until the night Kristoff basically jumps from the floor above, landing in the middle of the encampment, standing up.
Colbert
And then
thinks
Colbert
about
joins
doing-
him.
Colbert thinks about doing the same, but like, yeah, I'll just take the stairs.
Yeah. And he slides in just like, and there's me.
And I'm here too.
And I'm here too.
Tigog, of course, immediately drew her sword when this guy fucking falls from the sky and lands in front of them like a fucking boss. Just like,
Why do I hear
"Fuck,
boss
yeah."
music?
Hey,
Spark starts,
I've got my fight music going, so.
Spark
Understandable
starts
reaction.
clapping and tells him to do it again.
Just like
Good.
staring from like the gate. Just like, yeah.
Do it again!
You are Philip.
It's like, now that is a dramatic entrance.
Tagok, after the initial shock of like, oh shit, somebody just jumped down front, you look at his armor and you immediately recognize the design.
Ooh.
Oh.
It is what's considered heirloom armor of Creed-Hyle. This is the armor that was used by the highest ranking members of Miranda's army. But this one seems to be like a variant. Like, a little bit fancier, a little bit different.
Uber special.
Okay. Well, given the fact that I guess we know that Kristoff is probably a good person and is going to help us, but also Miranda.
Mixed feelings, understandable.
She's probably just still going to have her sword just lowered a bit.
I mean, Miranda fucked with a lot of people.
Both figuratively and literally.
She's manipulative. Like, you don't know if this guy actually, like, is evil like her or it's just...
Exactly, I don't know.
Yeah.
So,
actions or words.
just in case.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, when Knight Kristoff stands to his full height, he is about 7'6"
Oh. Oh, damn.
Wait, 7'6"-ish?
Wait
Yeah.
a minute.
He's real tall. He's real tall.
Anastasia looks down to him, inserting what little dominance he has.
A little bit of dominance. But you look like a marshmallow currently, so...
You look like a marshmallow.
That's why I said...
You look like you rolled out of a coat factory. Literally rolled.
He has a very... He has a very little words. Like, confidence, let's say, he currently in him. I mean, he's trying his best, and he knows that he can't win them all, so he's inserting what dominance he has.
Yeah. But, yes, he stands before you, and, he says, I have heard from a little bird that you come here seeking my wisdom as catalyst holders.
Kalina nods. You must be Knight Kristoff, then.
He sighs a little bit and says, yes, that is me.
Kalina does a polite nod and says, pleasure to meet you. And she actually pulls out her diplomatic brooch and says, my name is Kalina Brightwood, ambassador to Creetile.
Brightwood family. I remember them well.
Oh, Kalina, she blinks at that.
Oh, what he said?
Brightwood family, I remember them well.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Kalina, she blinks at that and she says, really?
Yes.
Kalina, she's like she doesn't say anything, but in her brain she's like, huh, I didn't think my family was around that long. I mean, she knew it was a long time.
Though in that age, they were less of a family line and clan.
Ah, I see.
And then his eyes flash over to Clement, and he says, and an Aveline, I presume. Clement sort of like, gah, what the fuck? What? How did you guess my family? And he's like, yes. Clement,
Because
Aveline.
you look French.
I get.
Don't insult him, please. Leave him alone.
No.
I know
No,
he's
hard
a
I
bad.
get, man.
I know
That is
he's
what
a.
he is.
I know he's a faggot, but what?
Oh
Stop
my
it.
god. Okay,
I
come
didn't
on, we're
say
on
that. I
Twitch.
said he was French.
No, I was saying baguette. Baguette.
But
Baguette. I'm deaf, but he's also a faggot.
Please, we're on Twitch.
I don't care. Go to hell, Twitch.
Yeah, no, I was being PG. It was Eros.
Yeah.
It is
we know
no
you were
coincidence
being
that they sound
PG.
similar.
the way that you say baguette sounded very similar to that.
Yeah,
Yeah, it really did.
Sorry.
it's okay.
Ah, you're good.
I'm just deaf and stupid.
Yeah, we
But and like he looks at Clement's armor and Tagok your armor. And he just kind of and then turns to other matters.
Okay.
He recognizes the craftsmanship of
Yeah.
Creed Hylian armor,
Yeah.
but
Very distinct style.
they love their gold. They
Oh,
love their
hell
fucking
yeah.
gold, man. But he sort of turns his attention to like the whole group and he says, "So, what do you think that I can do for you?" And he's sort of like he's just kind of curious, like, what do you think I can do?
I don't know, maybe fighting? Learning how to fight?
Well, starters, you're hot as hell. That is out of character.
Dilf.
Kalina, she says, well, we know that you are an absolute master of combat. And given the nature of our mission, it's a very dangerous one. And if you would be willing, we would be honored to have you teach us.
I see.
I didn't say much about the mission.
Very well. But first, he sort of gestures to the campfire and he says, "Sit. Tell me your story.
Of course.
I need your best."
I can assume that you're the one keeping the infected at bay.
He nods and says, "Yes, and I have learned quite a bit about their origins."
Is that so?
Mm-hmm. He nods and he says, "When I came to kill these rotten hollows, for many years, they just seemed to come from nowhere. From somewhere in the deep, in the bowels of the fortress. When I was brave enough to venture beneath, I found their spawn. I have yet to figure out how to destroy it, but at least I can block the passages." And he pulls out a hand-drawn map from his bag at the camp, and he furls it out, and you see that there is like it's a vertical map, like showing how deep it goes, And
Damn.
you can see that there's the fortress, and then there is like this winding cave systems with little like openings. And he shows you, he points to the deepest one, and it like opens up so far that it goes off the map. And he says, this small chamber here, it holds stagnant water that has diverged
Delicious.
from the river Callaghan, which is the River of Souls in the Spirit Realm.
Oh.
Oh dear.
Something has infected this water, making it rotten. And all of the souls who become lost, swept away from the main river by this trickling current that drags them to the pool of souls. And he sort of scrunches up his face. The souls are trapped there. They cannot go back to the spirit realm, and they rot.
Oh dear.
Eventually, these souls will venture to the bank of this pool. And that is when the rot truly starts to take its effect. The disease creates a new body for them. Of wood and root.
Kalina, like she's thinking, and she then says, I do believe that we already know what this is from. It's, well, part of our mission, I suppose.
I called it.
We were sent, well, more gathered, more like, by Verbena. Because the Arius tree is dying. Slowly rotting away from its roots. And since the winter has frozen over the land, the infection has stopped, but we need to do it. We need to be able to save the tree before spring. Otherwise, when the ground starts to thaw, it will truly reach the surface. And by what you're describing, it sounds like we're around a particular pocket of infected root.
He nods and says, do you see all of this growth around us?
It'd be hard not to.
And then he stands up and he takes a dagger, and there's like a little root that is sort of growing over the wall, and he just quickly slashes the surface of the root, and out of it you see the blood red sap.
Ew.
Damn, how close is Spark to this? I want them to touch it.
You're standing on like opposite of the little campfire to this, and he says, if this is part of the Arius tree, then all of the sap is tainted. If this is the sap that would once heal any wound, and now destroys.
Oh dear.
Can Spark get closer to it?
As you get closer to it, you can smell it. It smells like decaying flesh.
They reach their hand out.
Kristoff immediately grabs your wrist in his armored hand.
Owie.
Not hard, but stern.
He's like, hey kid, what you doing?
And he looks down at you and he says, I would stay clear of the sap, lest you become a shepherd.
It looks tasty.
Kalina just lets out a exasperated sigh. Just kind of pinches the bridge of her nose.
Yeah. But he's going to elaborate more on what he said. He says,
Sorry.
shepherds, you need be wary of them. While most of the souls became hollow, wandering creatures, some were more unlucky. Souls of once powerful beings. On the bank of the pool, not only did the rot take hold, but parasites born from the rot. They are far more intelligent, far more nimble, far more dangerous. But I believe that if powerful individuals are infected by this rot, they too will become shepherds. As a higher power will call them towards the pool to be infected by the parasites. Commanders of their own horrible army.
Oh dear.
Hey guys, I think we're fucked.
To say the least, yeah, probably.
Is that in character or out of character, Fen? Or Finn?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're fucked.
Oh. Kalina, she sighs and just says, "Oh dear." And she she does pull out the potion from her backpack and says, "Oh, this reminds me here. It's an immuno booster made by Grandmaster Elm."
That old bastard's still alive. And he takes the file.
He was how we were able to find you.
Well, I'm thankful for that.
As are we.
He drinks the booster and sighs heavily in relief. And he says, well, train you I definitely can. And not only can I do that, but It can offer you some protection from the rot. To train your catalysts, we will have to venture down into the caves.
Kalina, you can kind of like you can see the hesitance in her expression, but she nods and says, "Of course, whatever is necessary."
He sort of glances over to where the horses are and he says, I'll show you a place where you can safely board your horses.
That would be wonderful. If I may ask,
Yes.
does the rot affect anything other than sentient life?
That's a difficult question. I'm not exactly a botanist, but I've seen how it affects the underground. It seems to be creating its own ore, I should say. Almost infecting deposits of existing ore in the land. Imbuing it with its own rotten taint.
Oh dear. So it affects almost everything, doesn't it?
Yes.
Kalina, she looks over at Indigo, and she looks back, back at Indigo and the other horses, and looks back to Kristoff and says, "You're sure that our horses will be all right?"
Yes. There's a portion of the tower that still has enough lingering magic to keep the roots away.
Good. That's good. Last thing we want is anything happening to these.
I understand. And he almost looks a little sad, and you see him sort of like make a small glance over to something, and
Yeah.
you follow his gaze and you see a lone saddle.
Oh no!
It looks very old and as if it hasn't been used in many, many years.
Oh.
Named
Kalina,
Emperor
Screaming and
yeah.
crying and throwing up.
Kalina, she sees the saddle and she doesn't say anything, but she gently sets a hand on the guy's I mean like as
Arm.
closest to the shoulder. Yeah, more
His
the
arm.
yeah, more the arm. Yeah.
But he sort of helps you get your horses and the carriage inside like the walls of the ruins,
Yeah.
and then it helps you lead the horses to like an inner chamber where most of his stuff is set up. It's just that like the cooking pot is outside because airflow.
Yeah.
And you see that he has a lot of things, and you see that he even has like specimens of various things he has collected from like killing so many of these beasts, like these rotten creatures, in like magically sealed glass jars that he salvaged from the ruins.
Dang, okay.
And Tagok, you are like standing next to Clement, and Clement is like a little fidgety. Like, he's usually not this fidgety around people.
Mm-hmm.
And you get the impression that he wants to ask Kristoff something, but he's like not.
Um. She's supposed to say something comforting here.
Hey, the more awkward it is, the better, because this isn't Tagok's forte.
You got it, Tagok.
I don't know, man.
Be awkward.
I got fucking tired.
It doesn't have to be good, it's Tagok.
Yeah.
Exactly.
She's bad at social interaction.
Yeah, so she stands there and is like thinking, should I say something? Should I? How? And then she just puts a hand on on Clement's shoulder, pats it, and then just keeps walking.
Just hear a metallic thunk.
Just
Blink, blink.
pat, pat. There you go, bud.
There you go.
Yeah.
I don't know,
Pat,
man.
pat.
Pat, pat.
Awkward soldier hug.
Awkward soldier.
Pat, pat.
Except not on fire this time.
Yay!
Yay. Now with cooling.
Wow.
Shooting, cooling, and air. But you know, it's starting to get a little late, like later in the evening, and especially since it's overcast and snowing, it's starting to get a little dim. And it's starting to get colder. And this is when like Kristoff is starting to bring everything further inside. He grabs the pot by the handle and just picks it up off the fire, brings it inside to the main chamber.
Yeah.
And, you know, everybody's sort of getting ready to settle down for the night as he tells you that in the morning you will be venturing down into the caves.
Oh boy.
Training montage.
Yay!
Maybe, I don't know. It's something.
Yeah.
But yeah, everybody's sort of getting ready for bed. And, you know, the armored people, the people that are heavily armored in metal, begin shedding their metal carapaces to prepare to get into more comfortable clothing to sleep.
Shed your exoskeleton.
Yeah.
Oh shit, they're bolting.
But, you see that Kristoff is sort of like near the corner as he has a stand over there for his armor. And you can see his bare back, and you see a carved scar
Oh.
right at like
Yay.
between his shoulder blades. And Kalina, Tagok, Clement, and Colbart, you all immediately recognize this as Queen Miranda's crest. that has been carved into his back. And he, like,
Oh.
sort of rubs it and, like, tenses up.
Does he notice any of us making a face?
He's facing away from you, so no, he does not.
Okay. Cobra is definitely making a face.
Kalena's just looking like wide-eyed and like she almost like adjusts her glasses a bit.
Tegok looks at it and then just kind of looks down at the ground and continues removing her armor.
Sparks tilts their head. They're debating asking about it.
Yeah. Because Spark really doesn't know anything about Creed Hyle's history, or what the fuck was going on with Queen Miranda.
Yeah. Or us.
Yeah. Yeah,
Or
like they're not
them.
from Creed Isle.
Yeah.
I never gave them a place that they're from, actually.
Even better.
I don't think they really understand the history of anything. They're just like, I'm here.
I'm here.
I'm here. I'm queer.
They're not meant to know things. They're not meant to know history.
You should totally
You know?
roll a
Kalena's
dice
job.
to see if Spark would ask.
Roll a what?
Roll a die.
Okay, I'm gonna roll a d4. Even as yes, odd as no.
Okay.
Okay.
May I roll
It is a 4. They
history?
ask.
Okay.
Oh,
So, Spark? Spark? Do your thing.
Spark sees the scar and goes, "What happened? That looks like it hurts."
When you ask, you notice that, like, he tenses up a little bit.
Tension from all of us.
Yeah, everybody's like, oh god!
Again.
Yeah, but,
Stupid shit.
Arceus tenses up. Not because he knows. Just because he just knows that was not a smart question to ask.
Yeah. But,
Don't implying that Spark's smart, period.
but, he just sort of sighs, and he doesn't turn around, but it's just barely audible that you hear him say, "Yes, it does." But he slowly turns around as he, like, grabs a shirt to pull on. And as he turns around, you can see that he has way more scars on his front side as well. He's a very battle-worn individual. And, he goes and sits down sort of around the communal area where he has, like, the cooking pot now, sitting on a stone slab. And he says, "It happened a very, very long time. And he sort of, like, glances up at the 4 Creed Hylians. And he's just like, I know you know. Like, in his eyes, you can see that he knows you know. And he says,
yeah.
Many, many years ago, I used to serve the Queen of Creed Hyle, the mother of Vivel and Phosphorus. I was her commander, and sometimes advisor. She kept me close to her at all times, but that was not enough. She forced me to enter in a pact with her. And the pact was signed by Scar.
Kalina, like, I'm guessing, like, some people have, like, sat down at the communal area as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm guessing, like, she's probably, like, sitting down and, she's kind of looking in horror at this, and, she actually looks down at her own pact mark with Kane. And kind of, like, you know, just kind of in thought, because, like, you know, she consented to it. She, like, you know, it didn't hurt for her at all.
You can see that Clement is, like, barely holding, like, his question in.
Spark asks if he wants a hug, because that's all they can offer at this moment.
He's like, do you want a hug, man?
Like, it's really rough.
Like, what the frick are you supposed to do in that situation, huh?
Yeah. That's rough, buddy.
What are you supposed to do there?
He smiles gently and he says, I suppose it cannot hurt. Then he sort of, like, opens his arm for you to, like, step in to hug him.
Clown hug.
Yeah.
He gets a clown hug, guys. He's thinking about the best hugs.
You hug him. He's large. He's a large man.
God, he probably hasn't gotten a hug in, like, hundreds of years.
He hasn't had human contact in 600 years.
Buddy!
Hobart kind of says under his breath, not really caring if he hears or not, that Miranda's a bitch.
He kind of, like, snorts a little bit. He says, you definitely aren't the only one to think so.
Yeah.
Kalina, like, she kind of lets out a sigh, like, you know, like a relieved sigh that she didn't know that she was holding in. It's like, oh, good, we're on the same page.
Okay, she's a bitch, yeah. No muddled feelings about that.
Yay!
Spark's gonna stay, like, next to him and be the emotional support clown.
Emotional support clown.
The emotional support clown.
Definitely have to, like, make that some merch. Emotional support clown.
Squeaky toy.
Emotional. Yeah, squeaky toy. Oh my gosh.
If I ever do get a squeaky toy of it, Floyd is gonna steal it so fast. He loves squeaky toys, and he already steals my shit.
So, Anastasius looks just to the general direction of the crew, who puts his hand, like, on his chin and wonders, I wonder what to this queen person did to them. He doesn't say it out loud. It just thinks it.
Yeah. Technically, none of the 4 people who are like, ooh, Queen Miranda, were alive to ever have met her. She
Goodness,
died.
definitely would've-
She died
Yeah,
about
she died early.
Yeah.
Thanks
She
to
would have
someone.
been alive if she hadn't.
Yeah, if Zephy hadn't gotten to her,
Yeah.
And she'd still definitely be alive.
I'd
Yeah.
fucking get her.
Yeah.
Wait, how old would she have been if she were alive?
Fucking old.
Really old.
Real fucking old.
Old ass. Old ass.
So, like, for reference, Vivel and Phosphus are both almost 5,000 years old.
Okay.
Kristoff is much older than that,
Of course.
and Miranda is very, very old.
Old man, old
She
man,
was.
old man.
Clement is barely holding himself together here. He's like sitting down. He's got his like fists clenched, and he's like gritting his teeth. Like, oh, I can't say anything. I can't. I gotta know, but I can't.
Does Kalidas?
Clement, are you constipated? You
Please
look like
tell me
you're
Spark
okay.
says that.
Oh no, they do say that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Looks at Clement. Do you have to shit?
Kalina,
Oh, that's funny.
like she, just sputters out a laugh. Just, gods.
He breathes out slowly and he says, "No, Spock. I am not."
It's okay if you are. It's not that
Kalina's
big
just
of a
like,
deal.
she's trying so hard not to laugh.
Kind of a shitty situation, says your boyfriend.
Oh my god.
Yeah, of course he did.
But Clement just sort of like looks away, like he's like, "Oh God, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna ask." He's like, "Kristoff, I hate to bring up old wounds, but how did you escape?" And
Yeah,
Kristoff
that's a fair question.
just sort of, well, I'm sure you heard that my contract, or my pact, rather, said that I must serve Miranda until my death. But nobody thought that she would die first. So, according to her written interpretation of the contract, I had to follow her to her death to end my servitude. Though none of the council or the sons wanted to have me executed. I mean, why would they? I practically raised those boys. But sadly for them, all of them, it was ruled that I would be buried in her tomb with her. My final act of service. You can see his expression sort of sour as he says that. He says, "But there were many people who believed it was unjust and were willing to help me formulate a plan. One being an old wizard that was the end of his life and didn't care if he got served the death penalty as a punishment. He created a secret passage within her tomb before I was locked away, allowing me to escape. And I immediately boarded a ship. It left Crete Highlands forever."
Wow.
Oh god. Emotional support clown noises.
Support some noises. And
Classic
so for
Tiger
the
Death.
past almost 3,000 years I've been adrift. And then, of course, I came to this land.
Wow.
So yeah, a wizard helped him put a secret passage in her tomb, which after he was locked away with her corpse, he escaped.
Yeah.
Well,
That's pretty hardcore origin story.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Spark would definitely say that.
It's pretty hardcore, man.
Apart, yeah, Colbart will say, apart from
Yeah.
the horribleness of the horrible woman, that is such a hardcore story.
Kalina, she's just looks to Kalbar. Not like mad, but just like, bruh.
Yeah.
Bruh.
He laughs a little bit, and you see him sort of rub his hand, and he says, "Indeed." Would anybody like to make a perception check?
Yes.
Yes.
Sure,
I would.
okay.
Give me a second.
Children,
I'm
roll.
re- I'm-
Roll!
Yeah.
roll. Give me a second.
Roll.
Total
Mitch.
Sorry,
shit.
I turned off my computer. I don't know why I do that.
Cool.
11.
Kalina
Thumbs up.
15, Colbart 9.
25.
Nice!
All
I
right.
rolled a 19.
Fuck
Uh,
yeah.
So,
Your pepper temperature is so high.
Tagak, you are actually the only one who notices this. You see that as he rubs his hand, his left hand specifically, he runs his like thumb over his knuckles, and you see that there is a banded scar, like really nasty banded scar around his left ring finger.
Oh? Oh?
No.
What?
No.
No!
Oh my god. I don't know what this means.
I don't like it.
I don't like where this is going either.
I don't
They
like
don't
it.
like the
Zero.
implications.
I don't like the implications, but at the same time, I'm stupid.
Scar on
You
ring
don't.
finger. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark.
Look! So many question marks!
Does Tigger make a face or something?
She definitely notices it. She probably just like looks briefly confused. But she sure as hell ain't saying anything.
Yeah.
That is
Who got the next
literally
highest
the definition
perception?
of not her area.
Who
I
got
think it
the
was Kalina.
Kalina, you notice that Tagak kind of like makes a confused face and then kind of like looks away. She's like, what the fuck?
She, then, like, you know, like, looks at where Tagok was looking at.
Currently, you just see that,
All
Kristoff kind of like has his thumb over his knuckles, and it's obscuring the scar, and you can't see it now.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but dang it, baby!
Cat held
Cat
like
held
baby.
like
Those little
baby.
feet, my god.
Oh,
So
sweet
small.
tears.
Little guy.
Ugh,
Then,
baby!
Kiss that baby head.
Hey.
Kiss that baby head.
Kiss that baby head. Kiss the baby.
for context, Ben has his cat.
Aww.
And holding cat
Oh,
like
my
baby.
cat.
Ben has a tiny little cat he holds,
Oh.
like Bebby.
Oh.
Little baby. Babu.
Put your hands in the air and move it to sound.
But yeah, Kalina, she is a bit confused at what, like,
So
Tagok
is Tagok.
saw. Like, you know, like what Tagok saw, because, like, she doesn't see anything. Sorry, what was the
What
last
did
thing
he-
that Kristoff said?
I think said something about despite Colbert was like, despite the bitch.
Oh, hardcore origin story.
Hardcore origin story, and he's like, yeah. Haha, yeah.
Kalina, she looks at like after a brief moment of silence, she then looks up at Kristoff and asks, "So, you've been alone all this time?"
Yes, I have.
I heard none of that. It was so quiet.
Kalina, she said, "So you've been alone all this time?"
Yeah, and he.
Kristoff responds, "Yes."
Yes, I have. That's what he said. Yes, I have.
Aw.
Kalina, she continues, "That must have been awful. There hasn't been anyone in the past, what, 3,000 years?"
Well, just in the past 600, but for the first 2,000, I would say, after I left, I became a traveling mercenary, so a frontier man, hunting monsters and crooked types all across the land. Not much consistent company, but there was some.
Spark is
Kalina,
so sad by that.
can she like do like a like I don't know what kind of role this would be to like do a better like like kind of get a better look at Kristoff, like just like looking at his face and whatnot.
Investigation.
Yeah, I guess yeah, like investigation.
Yeah.
Because like something about this man seems very familiar to her. We know why, but
No, it doesn't. We know why.
okay, total of come on, where is my goddamn investigation? There it is. Okay. +5. Total of 16. I'm getting good rolls today.
Yeah.
All my good rolls are going.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten anything like above a 13.
Oh. Poor baby. But you're able to, now that it's, in better lighting, kind of, sort of, and now that everything is calmed down, you're able to get a much better look at him and his face, and his facial features definitely look familiar to you. Especially like his eyes, even though they're like clouded. For a second, he reminds you a little bit of Bosphus, and then it kind of like it hits you. Just like, we know another person who kind of looks like Bosphus. That isn't related in any way.
Seagram.
Who's Seagram?
You weren't here for
I know
Seagram.
who Seagram is, like, out of character.
You.
Yeah, it's out of character.
Yeah. Your character doesn't know Seagram, but you know Seagram.
I love Seagram. He was one of my faves.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kalina, she just like she's looking at him and then she kind of blinks in realization, And like she's still kind of like holding her gaze on him. Like as she realizes this, and she may not. You know when like you realize something, but like you're stuck staring off into space a bit,
Yeah.
and you sometimes catch the gaze of someone else.
Mhm.
Like you see like the gears turning in Kalina's head. You see the gears turning.
Anastasia's. I'm assuming he would see this, yeah?
Yeah. He sees Kalina's thinking face.
Anastasia asks, "Is this a moment where you need an emotional support to animals, or are you trying to make a realization, Kalina? Uh, because I swear to the god, there seems to be smoke coming out of your ears."
It's churning. The brain. They're churning. The juices.
Kalina just like kind of rolls her eyes a little bit, just like, no, it's nothing bad. Just well, excuse me for saying this, but you look a lot like someone we've met before. Uncannily so. I couldn't put my finger on it before, but. And then she looks at Tagok, Clement, and
Colbert.
yeah, Tagok, yeah, and
Colbert.
Colbart.
And Chatu,
And,
because actually Chatu would remember him,
Oh,
because
yeah,
he remembered
yeah,
seeing
Chatu,
him.
yeah, and Chatu, yeah, and she says, he looks an awful lot like Officer Seagram, no?
Seagram? Oh yeah, I see it.
Yeah, but it's uncannily so.
Clement, like, closes his eyes for a second and says, I wasn't gonna say it. Clement saw it immediately because he was attracted to Seagram.
Oh my god.
Ah.
He's just like, oh no, he's older. He's older and more gruff. Oh no.
He has a type.
And
That was
Kalina has a
Nah.
type.
Two bitches with a type.
Yes. But yeah, how does Kristoff react to this?
He just kind of is like, interesting.
Yes, it is a bit weird, but it's been nagging me. Apologies.
He just shrugs and goes, I suppose it's not, impossible for me to, have descendants.
Hogwarts then kind of just says out of kind of nowhere, "Oh wait, it's the guy that Clement liked." Now I remember him.
Clement, like, smacks you. Like, flaps you in the shoulder real hard.
Kalina just
Bark
like
laughs at you.
Kalina just like her face also goes a little red because like Seagram definitely also would have been in her type category.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
like by proxy, like her face kind
Embarrassed.
of goes a little bit red as well.
Clement like
Bark
had
just
like a
laughs
vague
at
idea
both
who
of you.
Seagram was, but it really connected like exactly who it was, but connecting the fact that, oh right, love interest.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
crush. They kissed. I remember that.
Yeah.
They kissed.
It wasn't like Hallbart peeking around a corner to see that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
What
Most
does
normal
Johnson
Colbart
say?
interaction, actually.
What What is Chatu's reaction?
Chatu kind of has like almost this smug smirk that gives off the impression of, yeah, I stole you from him.
Ah. God, so what is... God.
Kristoff is just
What-
like mildly
what is he-
amused, but he's just kind of, he's tired, so like he's not really putting too much
He hasn't
mental
had so
effort
much social
into.
interaction for so long that
Yeah.
his social battery is just constantly drained.
Yeah, he's not he's gotten bad at conversation.
Yeah, and that's okay.
He can just
The emotional
watch
support
have
clown has
entertainment.
declared that it is time for sleepies.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let the man go to bed.
Yeah. Well, if everybody, quote, everybody goes to bed, maybe y'all can interrogate Tagok about what she saw.
Oh.
I think Kalina, she isn't gonna talk to Tagog, but she's actually gonna talk to Kalbart.
Yeah.
Yeah, before, like, you know, before everyone goes to bed, Kalina, like, goes over to Kalbart and says, Kalbart, do you mind if I have a word with you? In private?
Yeah. He puts down his notebook.
Yeah, and I guess they
Yeah.
find, like a more private spot, like, you know,
A little
away
off
from
room.
the rest. Yeah, a little off room. Kalina, she, like, once they're, alone, also, welcome back, Tagok.
Tagok.
Yeah,
Jade.
once they're alone, she looks at, Kalbart and says, so, you've gotten closer with Spark, yes?
Yeah. Yeah.
And she continues, and they would have told you something if something had bothered them?
I mean, we did talk about some stuff after yesterday.
And Kalina, she's quiet for a bit before she sighs and just says, I don't know why, but they've been very skittish today, but specifically around me. I'm going to be quite honest with you, because of my little wine escapade last night. Some bits and pieces of the night are quite fuzzy. I remember getting back onto Ceruleus. I remember entering the manor, and then, well, popping open a bottle, and that was it. Did I say something to them?
Okay, out of character, just to clarify. Helena didn't said anything after she got drunk. It was all just a reaction of.
Mm-hmm. But she doesn't remember that because she wasn't. Yeah. Drinking can sometimes affect your
Emotions
memory
do
of
cause
like
memory gaps, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Memory.
Okay. Got it.
And then like also like stress and like anxiety can like cause that. So like she was probably like really ramped up and then immediately went to drinking and like all that area of stress for her just gone.
All right. Then Pablo just kind of responds, kind of. So, you don't remember how you responded with Zarzal before?
I mean, I remember being quite upset, but I don't remember talking to him.
It's more, you can see Colbert's like visibly nervous. Like getting hesitant to even talk about this, but the way you kind of talk to and about Zarzal, it wasn't cool. It wasn't cool.
Oh dear.
Let's just say that brought up bad memories um with Spark, and yeah, he doesn't say it, but internally he says with me. But he doesn't say that part out.
Oh.
Kalina, she is standing there, and then she kind of. Is there anything for her to sit down on?
There's a crate.
Yeah, she just kind of sits back down on the crate that's conveniently next to her. How convenient.
Josh.
But yeah, she just says, "Oh dear."
And I'm not sure if Kalina will notice, but Cobart is at least in this moment, like kind of like crossing his arms, and like he's nervous and kind of just doesn't feel comfortable.
He's closing himself off.
Yes, that's wording. Yes, that. No clue if Kalina actually notices that or not.
She might be stressed too much.
But yeah, how you responded, how you handled that was not exactly great.
Kalina, she's kind of fidgeting with her ring that she has on her finger, the one that her dad gave her, the special one. But yeah, she's kind of fidgeting with it a bit, and says, "And now Spock won't talk to me. Now it makes sense."
I'm sorry, you're a bit quiet. What was that?
Kalina, she said, "And now Spark won't talk to me. Now it all makes sense." Something along that line. I immediately forgot what I said.
That was along the lines of that, yeah. Culver just kind of nods his head, then says, "When someone gets reminded about someone terrible from the past, it's hard to gain that trust again."
I know. wish I remembered. You know?
Again, you were really quiet. What?
Bruh!
Your audio is quiet by default, and then you're talking quietly.
Then turn my volume up.
Honey, I have you like all the way.
I don't know why your
Bruh.
audio is quiet. She sounds fine to me.
Yeah. I mean, it also doesn't help that, like you have your headphones off.
Yeah, that's true.
That one.
That goes
But
with
she
you.
said, I wish I could remember.
Yeah.
Basically.
Wish you could remember. Well, how do I even put this? This is difficult because me, Caleb doesn't remember exactly.
Oh no.
My shit memory.
Yeah.
Just. All I know is that Caleb knows that it was loud and raised her voice and was yelling, and it sounded harsh and mean. But what she actually said, I don't fucking know.
Welcome back, Sarloth. We're talking about when Galina yelled at Sarzoth.
Yeah.
Hey.
Talking about your character.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I'm very EP right now.
it's okay. Pretty much what Jade and Finn said.
I see him.
Yeah. So Hobart kind of reiterates, or kind of like tries to tells her what what she said, raised her voice, was yelling at Zarza about being a stupid child and calling him stupid and something about his dad. And recap that. I don't remember, but Colbert does. Just roleplay.
Mm-hmm.
As Kalina is listening to all of this, you can just kind of see both
Yeah.
horror and shame.
Yeah, and Colbert during this is also kind of getting upset and kind of letting out his frustration of her saying that and her occasionally having a response of yelling when Sarsa says something, it does something stupid and stuff like that. Kind of accidentally let that slip.
Yeah, he's just like, it feels like every time that Sarzoth does anything that you don't approve of, you immediately jump to being aggressive towards him or something.
Yeah, basically. And then he realizes that it's and then continues on with whatever else he needed, it remembered, and just kind of goes quiet.
I see him.
They're kind of in a separate room right now, talking after everybody's winding down to go to bed.
Yeah. They're completely separated. Nobody else hears this.
But yeah, Kalina, you can see sorry, I see a cat in the background of it. Oh, it's a cat.
Ignore the cat. Ignore the cat.
It's the cat. But yeah, you can see both horror and shame kind of spread. You can kind of see that expression on her face. And she's kind of quiet for a minute and just says, Sarzoth does frustrate me quite a bit. I will be honest about that. He's reckless, impulsive, has self-destructive tendencies.
He always finds a way out of it, though.
You're not
Real.
talking right now.
I'm sorry, but am I wrong? He always
Just because
finds a
he
way.
fixes things doesn't mean the actual thing that caused the problem is good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways.
But yeah, Kalina, she continues. It feels like at nearly every turn we have to drag him out of trouble. And it's so frustrating. It reminds me of when we visited my family. Do you remember Nick? The shorter one?
Yeah, I do.
Yes, it sort of reminds me of him. When we were young, quite young, and he was about maybe 14. No, that must have been younger than that. I don't quite remember, but he acted in a very similar way. Very reckless, trying so hard to almost destroy himself in a way. And it frustrated me to no end because, well, I know you don't have siblings, but as the eldest, it was my job to, well, protect, keep him safe. And if he's trying so hard to destroy himself, then I don't know. And yes, sometimes I would get mad and snap at Nikki. And he would get upset, and I regretted every bit of it. Is anyone gonna say anything?
You guys are in a separate room.
We're in a separate room, so nobody.
Colbert's the only one who can't say anything.
Sparks
And
honk
Colbert
shoeing
doesn't
right
say it.
now.
Honk schnoo, honk
Colbert
schnoo.
doesn't really say anything more, just like Colbert like kinda has a bit more of an understanding of why she does that. But it doesn't mean that he's immediately forgiving her. It's just kinda listening at the moment.
I guess I almost feel that way towards a lot of you, in a sense. I know I'm not the eldest, but for a lot of you, you're, well, younger than me, and I don't know, I guess I almost feel like I have some responsibility towards you, but especially Sazov. He's so young, and his father just dumped him with us. And I don't know. I want to make sure he's safe. Someone needs to look out for him.
I understand that with Zarsov a lot, honestly. His father is a piece of shit, but don't have
Shit shower shitter.
Yeah.
Do not bring that up again. It was horrible to listen to. I had to take my fucking headphones off.
You should have. When I messaged Eros about it, I got him to say the word bruh. That's how awful it was.
Bruh.
I squeezed the word bruh out of him.
Bruh. Bruh.
Yeah, but then Colbert kind of says, but you definitely don't have to do that with anyone else. You're not responsible for any of us, any of our actions, any of our feelings, any of that.
I know, it's just so ingrained into me. Well, I guess it sort of got ingrained after my father passed away. As the eldest, it was sort of put on me to help raise my two younger siblings. You know, look after them, care for them, protect them. And even now, over a decade later, it still carries over. I have those almost parental tendencies.
Mhm.
Like, I don't know, just. So it's been such a huge weight on my shoulders, not just as an eldest sibling, but a Brightwood. And I don't know how much you know about the Brightwood family. What does he know about the Brightwood family?
Cobart, you know that they are a very long line and high-standing family that historically has always been very close to Phosphus's reign.
Yeah, Colbert just kind of says, honestly, I know the Brightwoods as much as you told us about them.
You know that they have a reputation to uphold.
Yeah.
About being the best of the best.
Yeah, again, Colbert lived in a swamp with only a handful of people. He doesn't really know much about politics and shit.
Yeah. Does he say that just like, I'm unfortunately not that big on politics?
Yeah, something like he says that he literally he probably only heard of the Brightwoods when Kalina has told him about it.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't know that much.
Then,
he didn't know that much, no.
yeah, Kalina, she continues. Well, as you most likely know, the Brightwoods have always had a very high standing in Crete Isle, both in relation to society and relation to the monarchy. For generations upon generations, my family has had very influential ties and always a huge place in the public eye. And if something happens, then, well, people go wild. That happened with me and Tobias. Of course, it was more in my favor, but even then, if a Brightwood gets involved in something, then everyone wants to know about it. So
you feel responsible also because of your reputation and your family's reputation?
in a sense, yes.
Colbert just kind of has
Post-about
this look on his face and it's like, what the hell? What the hell?
All these bitches is traumatized. Everybody's just traumatized.
And also, like,
I mean, Starsoft isn't
what is up with...
traumatized, he's just a brat.
And also with, like, he doesn't really understand the whole need to preserve a good reputation.
Yeah. Doesn't
He
understand
doesn't
keeping up
understand that
appearances.
at all. That was like he knows about it, yeah, but personally, that is such a foreign concept to him because he just lives life and doesn't have to deal with that.
Called being
So yeah,
happy.
yeah. Hobart gives Kalina a bit of a look with that.
And sure, the Brightwoods, they can have a bit more of a wiggle room, as it were, as you've most likely seen with my mother. But even we have our boundaries, as it were, boundaries that we cannot cross.
That honestly sounds like shit.
He's tangled.
Oh no, tangled. The cat. Oh my! Literally lifting the cat with one hand. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Ben, put down the cat. We don't need to resort to violence.
The tail.
Don't throw the cat. Air jail.
Air jail.
I am so sorry for hijacking the
Oh my
a session
god.
with the cat.
Gosh, I wish chat. Hold on. Sorry, Ben, but I'm gonna need to just like disable your video on my end so I don't get further distracted.
That's fine.
But yeah,
Is that a shark in the background?
Hobart says that is just utter bullshit.
And Kalina, she laughs a bit and just says, "You don't need to tell me twice. Even my mother's absolutely sick of it. But in noble society, you have to play a role, as it were."
Mm-hmm.
If I could live life my way, I do think I would be a bit different. Still being more diplomatic, of course, and advocating for peace, but a little less, how shall I say it?
Out
It
there?
just kind and she's kind of like snapping her fingers as she's trying to think of the word. Not less put. Well, I guess the word I'm looking for is free. Not having to worry about a reputation to uphold and to make sure that if an incident happens, then your family isn't permanently stained or outcast. You saw what happened with Tobias. His family reputation was permanently sullied by the whole incident with me. He was essentially cast out of Crete Isle altogether.
He was.
I mean, to be
Yeah.
entirely fair, though, he deserved it, but...
Yeah. But I'm sorry, but I'm trying to kind of get my head around this. I get your motivations for how you acted. I'm starting to understand that. But what are you gonna do to, I don't want to say fix. I don't want to say fix, but
Make
either way,
amends.
Make amends.
Kalina, she, kind of looks off for a bit. Well, I guess I have to figure that out. Ever since I was tasked with this journey, I never interacted too much with, well, I guess you could say common folk. Sure, I interact
Damn,
with folk
okay.
in the city, but other than that, I had never really traveled much outside of my own social circle, not to mention the city.
I don't think this is a class sort of common
No,
versus wealthy situation. This is more
no, it's no. Like I'm getting to it. I'm getting to it.
okay.
And Kalina, she immediately says, and I don't mean some kind of class situation or anything like that. Just that everyone else outside of nobility has, well, no concept of, well, reputation, in a sense. They don't have to worry. They can do essentially whatever they want. And sometimes it's difficult to wrap my head around. And as a result, sometimes it's difficult for me to deal with. Sarzoth, he always has gone on his own path, and he does not care what other people think. And honestly, I'm envious of that. For Brightwoods, there's 3, and she kind of holds up her fingers in like air quotes, rules, as well as rules for being a diplomat. 1, you must speak with grace. 2, never interrupt your superiors. And 3, never start conflict. And I have had to follow those rules ever since my heart cavity opened. Sure, 4, 5 years isn't that long of a time, but even then when I was young, it was still drilled into me. Not out of malicious intent, of course, but... Sorry, there was a fucking siren outside. What the hell?
Yeah, we were aware.
Wee woo.
Wee woo, wee woo. But yeah, Kalina continues.
Keep Sarzoth a mystery until I see fit. Eyebrow.
That was
Dude,
just
oh my
it.
God.
It was the only one that I felt was fit.
Yeah, I need to get more emojis for the server.
But yeah, Kalina, she continues. Fuck, what was the last thing I said? The rules for a Brightwood?
Yeah, and you've had to follow them ever since your heart cavity opened when you turned 20.
Yeah. But Kalina, she continues. You all, especially Sarzoth, you don't have to follow that set role, as it were. You're free to choose and make mistakes and, well, just live life. And ever since bruh.
She died over there, no lord.
But yeah, ever since I was put on this journey, I have learned to live a little, as it were. But at the same time, it's, I don't know, almost coming back to bite me, I guess, since I've never been able to, well, express bad emotions without,
Mhm.
well, putting it behind a facade, as it were. And
Are,
I have
is
noted.
Kalina talking to the Sarzoth? I can't tell.
No, just to Colbert.
Okay, well, when you said, I'm sorry, Sarzoth, but it confused me a bit.
Bro, I didn't say sorry to Sarzoth. I didn't say shit yet.
I swear you talked to Sarzoth in first person for a moment there.
No!
Okay.
Oh lordy, she's hearing things.
I'm always hearing things. Shut up.
Ah man, Sarzoth is EP
No, I'm
right
not.
now.
Don't send me to the ward.
We won't.
I'm always EP. I have sleep apnea.
We can send you to bed.
No, you are not banishing me to bed.
Yes, we can.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Moving on.
Moving on. Carry on, carry on.
Okay, where do we last leave off?
I don't know.
Damn it, Audrey!
I remember I was typing something.
Oh, yeah, live life. Sorry, there's another fucking siren outside. What the fuck, man? But yeah, Kalina, she continues. I guess I've never exactly been able to express.
Whoa.
Bruh!
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Bruh!
There's
Please.
context. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm gonna mute myself now.
Okay. But yeah, I guess I've never been able to express negative emotions, at least in a more direct manner, in one that's much more, how should I say, quote unquote, normal. Even then, when I did, mostly towards my younger siblings, whenever they would frustrate me whenever I would try to protect them, keep them safe, it wasn't exactly, pretty, as it were. But I guess, well, siblings fight, I guess, but even then.
Yeah.
I also apologize for essentially dumping all this on you.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I kind of felt like a therapist here, just listening.
Yes, I do apologize for that.
Yeah.
I guess I've never really been able to talk about this to anyone.
Mhm.
So, thank you, even if it wasn't intentional.
Yeah, I mean, happy that you got it out there, yeah.
Yes, it
Bit of a net
Does feel-
positive, so yeah.
it does feel nice. Just, I don't know. Nope. Welcome
Ben, you
back,
left.
Ben.
Yeah.
Didn't explain.
Just turn off his or yeah, he's fine.
But yeah, Kalina, she, says, the last thing I wanted to do was make someone scared of me.
Well, you kinda Negicide Spark isn't the only one that you had that effect on.
I know. And I apologize for that. Truly. Thought if I just focused on work, it would all be okay. And look where that landed me.
Well, right now, work is kinda integrated into pretty much everything we do. You can't really turn off work mode and turn it back on. Where you're essentially living with your coworkers. So,
I suppose so, yes.
yeah.
Fucked up employment, man.
In this economy?
What is this, the Industrial Revolution?
What is this,
Yeah,
America?
Cohort-
Snitches,
Cohort-
it is not economy yet?
Hey, yo,
Sarzoth is
where
the
my
one.
break, boss?
My
Yeah,
break, boss.
everyone's an employee, and then Sarzoth is the one unpaid intern that everyone hates.
Yep. That is very accurate.
Yeah.
I don't think hate
Yeah.
is the right word, but
It annoys
No, they all
everybody.
secretly hate him in one
Frustrated
way or
Bob
another. In
is
one way
more
or another.
accurate. Yeah, but Cobart kind of continues and just like, you're not, you can't, basically, this is like, I don't want to say a family because it's not a family to everyone, but to some of us, it is a family. You can't go work mode on your family or the people you live with. It's
Sorry, this is out of character, but Cobart literally just said that you can't turn off work mode.
Turn off. Turn
Yeah,
on.
turn off.
Work
Yeah,
mode on your
they
family.
literally can't. Yeah.
I say you can't turn on or turn off work mode just like that, and
No, like in our situation, we can't exactly turn it off.
Yeah. But you don't need to turn work mode onto
yeah.
the family.
I think
don't
that's
know,
what he meant.
Yeah, but Cobart basically says like you can't turn on work mode on your family or people you live with. It's not exactly fair or nice.
I
Kind
know.
of says that while he like turns his head away.
I know. It has been one thing I've always struggled with. Actually being able to relax.
You just gotta let some things go, or actually, more or less, you gotta approach some things differently.
Kalina is just Princess Bubblegum from Adventure Time.
I think that's unfair to Kalina. She's not a war criminal. She's not a terrible person. She's just a little fucked up.
She's a little fucked up and exerts her power, dominance of, words.
She's not a
It's both-
scientist.
It's both late for me, Caleb, and late for Colbert. So are just kind of like words
Yeah,
are
we're-
escaping us. We
No, it's the same
words.
case for me. Words are slowly kind of turning
Yeah.
into applesauce. My brain is applesauce, and I wish to unsauce it.
Lovely.
You know, the only thing that can help with unsaucing a brain is sleep.
Well, whenever y'all decide to
kind of
stop the roleplay is when the session will end. So,
Yeah,
this is
I
all
just
I'm
want to
doing.
find like a good place to end it. You know? And I'm trying to make that soon, damn it.
Goaded with the sauce.
I'm lost in the sauce. But yeah, so like Kalina said, like, yeah, trouble turning work mode off, don't know how to relax. And Colbart said,
Gotta approach things differently sometimes.
yeah, Kalina just nods at that. She doesn't say anything.
Anyways, I think it's time for us to actually go to bed.
Yeah. Because, ladies, gents, and those who know better, we're tired.
To say the least.
Oh, wait, was it in character? Or was it out of character, Caleb?
In character.
Oh, okay. Okay, hold on. But yeah, Kalina nods as she gets up off of her conveniently placed crate and says, I think I'll try to talk to both Sazov and Spark tomorrow,
Yeah,
or at the very least in the coming days.
I think that's a good idea.
Also, thank you for listening. And she kind of looks away, and you can kind of see a bit of a blush on her face.
Ooh.
Shut the fuck
Does
up.
Colbart notice?
You
I mean, I
guys-
guess it would be noticeable enough. I mean, it's dark, so.
You're playing with my character. You guys suck.
We love you.
And I was like, yeah, no problem. Rubs his neck.
Aw. Yeah, and Kalina, she kind of, like, she's about to exit the room, but then, she kind of stands there for a moment before just kind of whipping around and then just pulling Colbart into a tight hug.
Tight hug.
Face,
I hug
face
back.
pressed into the tits.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I mean, hey, you're right at tit height. Are you kidding me?
We love a titty
You are
heighted
right at
man.
tit height for her.
This is
Okay?
this is why short kings are great.
Yes. B-dubs? B-double-O 100, looking at you.
Leave him alone.
But yeah, then Kalina pulls away and smiles down at him. And says, come on, let's go off to bed.
Okay. Okay. He nods.
Or Colbart. Colbart is just like,
Whoa.
But yeah, I guess that's a good place to
Yeah.
just cut it off.
And with
Yeah.
that, the rest of the party is already asleep by the time the two of you come back to the main room and head to bed. And that marks the end of tonight's session. Of course, we will not be streaming next week, as Jade has a obligation. But we will be returning at the start of the new month, November.
Woo!
Good night, everybody. And, can't wait to see you then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Goodbye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
See y'all next month.